I'd like to welcome everyone here tonight, and we will start by making a motion to enter closed session. The board will enter closed session pursuant to NC General Statute 143-318, 11, A1, A3, A5, and A6 to consult with the board attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege, to consider confidential matters, confidential personnel matters, and to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel information protected under NC General Statute 115C-319, and confidential school security information protected under GS 143-318, 11.8, 9, and GS 13-1.7.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are now in closed session.
Yeah, blame somebody else, come on.
That's what I was told. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the December the 4th Board of Education meeting to order. I will read the public charge. Orange County Board of Education pledges to its citizens to conduct its business in a courteous and productive manner, showing respect for fellow board members, staff, and citizens. The board asks its citizens to conduct themselves with the same courtesy toward both school personnel and each other. A moment of silence will be observed before each meeting. In addition to the moment of silence, the board will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. The board asks that you check your cell phones and other electronic devices to be certain that they are either turned off or on vibrate to avoid interruption of the meeting. And before we stand up for the pledge, I just want to thank everybody for being here tonight. I know that this room is crowded. I know that we are in a very small place. And we are here in this cramped space because the Board of County Commissioners, by law, has to have their first meeting after an election in their room at the Whitted Building. And so they are there for that. We had to be here for this. So that is why we are here in this space. And we apologize that it's cramped. We apologize that everybody can't get in here at one time. That is not what we wanted. But we were literally told we cannot be in the Whitted Building tonight because by law, the Board of County Commissioners is there. So I just wanted everybody to understand that this is why we're here. All right, if we will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance now. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And we will now observe a moment of silence. Okay, thank you very much. At this time, we will have recognitions, and I think we have two groups here. I see smiling faces. And Mr. Foster?
Yes, we do. Good evening again, board. Our recognitions this evening come from the athletics space. The fall athletics season in Orange County schools had a ton of success. In particular, we had ball teams that had success at its highest level, the state championship level. Tonight, we'd like to take a moment to recognize two teams that competed in the state championship level themselves. First, from Orange High School, our Orange High School volleyball team. First, we have, which are led by Coach Hope Heverly. In any sport, it is hard to win games. This team won 27. They finished 27-5, and were the runner-ups of the state championship here in the North Carolina High School State Association. We're going to run off a list of accomplishments just from this past season alone. Again, 27-5 record, pretty impressive. Conference record, 12-0. Conference finish, first place. State ranking, 16. They were regional champions. They had 5 all-conference players, 1 player of the year, 1 state championship sportsmanship award winner. And they will return 9 players from this year's team. So we're excited even already, looking forward ahead into next year. They are coached by an 18-year coaching veteran and an Orange High School alumnus, Coach Everly. And she when I asked her to come up and kind of talk about a memorable moment she had throughout the season, I asked her, kind of a memorable moment as a result of this a season that she had, and it's hard to choose one, but I'll let her get into that moment that kind of sparked the team along. So I'm gonna bring up Coach Heatherly. All right, come on out.
The applause is definitely to the girls with all their hard work and dedication that they have put into this season. They are a special group of girls. They show so much grit and resilience throughout this entire season. First welcoming in a new coach and then letting kind of part of their traditions that they are super used to being changed a little bit. They jumped right on board and broke many records this year, kind of got out of some slumps they've had, ended records and running streaks that other teams, even across the road, were having. So it was kind of nice to start breaking some of those records for them. This team's determination and character was shown throughout this entire season, and I've told all the girls this, that their winning record is amazing and it is something to be proud of, but their true character and their determination and grit is what's really going to make them take them far throughout their lives. They set a goal and they do not let anything stop them, and they proved that this season. And when I was asked about a most memorable moment, it was really, really hard to choose just one, because this group of girls are something very special and had me laughing throughout different times, pulling out my hair at different times. But it was a really great experience. But it would be our regional championship game, and it was the 5th set, and the other team called a timeout. And the coaches couldn't even, if we wanted to, we couldn't say a word. Our 2 seniors, Sadie and Ella, took over the timeout with just full excitement and like pretty much let the whole team know, we got this. Look at their faces, they're done, we've got this. And at that moment, my assistant coach and I, we looked at each other like, all right, well, Panthers on 3, because you guys are about to win this. And they went out and just finished it off. And it's that determination that I know these girls are going to continue to have success, and we're looking forward to continuing to grow the volleyball program at Orange High School.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Thank you, Coach Jones. Principal Johnson? Come on in here. Yes, come on in. Say a few words about your team.
I think Coach Heatherly summed it up well. This team showed a lot of resiliency and a lot of grit. I remember the first game of the season, I'm sitting there watching, I'm like, yeah, this team is gonna get a lot better. They went through a streak after their first game where they were on the road for about 7, 8 games in a row. And it just built a certain level of toughness. Every game didn't go the way they wanted to go, but they kept fighting. Now I would tell you, they were cause of a lot of anxiety in the stands, especially that Carrboro match. The parents walked out, they were sweating. I walked out, I was sweating. But all in all, this is a top-notch team. I'm really, really proud of each and every one of them.
Awesome. Thank you. Our second recognition of the evening also comes from Orange High School. We have, led by Coach Brian Schneidwin, our runner-up state cross-country team at Orange High School. Well, talk a little bit of background with Coach Schneidwin. He's been the cross-country head coach for 3 years now. In his 3 years, his teams have been conference champion each year. They've been regional champs 2 out of 3 years. They finished 3rd, 8th, and 2nd in the state in those 3 years, and those are just truly tremendous accomplishments as a coach. We talked about already how hard it is to win and be successful, and he's established that culture already. A few things about this team's accomplishments. Conference finished 1st place, state ranking was 2nd. They've been county champions, or they were county champions this year. It's the 3rd straight year for that as well. Conference champions, 3rd straight year for that. Regional champions this year. They have 1 individual state champion, we'll talk about a little bit tonight as well. 6 all-conference runners, 4 all-regional runners, and they only lose 2 seniors. So no pressure, teams. You got all this talent coming back, no pressure at all. But they will only lose 2 seniors from last year's team. Bring up Coach Schneidwin and talk about his memorable moment as the season goes along as well.
So before I start, I just want to thank all you guys. Know some of you guys over the years, and the amount of time that you guys are currently putting into the community, but then also over your careers and stuff, the time that you've put in and the headaches and stuff that you all have dealt with is very much appreciated. In terms of the team, I definitely want to thank Coach Collins and Coach Carr, who's not here tonight, and the time that they put in jumping in and supporting a lot of the athletes in the relationship building process that we're able to do, regardless of the ability of the runners and stuff, just to get to know the runners and be that kind of sounding board has been really great, especially as I'm not as young as I used to be. For whatever reason, with Coach Collins, they're able to connect that stuff as well. And in terms of with this team, I think any team that finishes high up, there's some work involved, obviously, and definitely some luck involved as well, some talent as well. But what I really want to highlight about this particular group is also their service to the school that they've done and to the community. It's pretty cool that 2 of our 4 officers for student government are the varsity runners. We have Gabe, who we'll talk about in a couple of minutes, and his as a volunteer firefighter, and kind of just the list goes on. It's maybe pretty easy these days to get locked into only caring about athletics when you're pretty good at it. But I think they've done a really nice job of being very, very active in what they've done to the school. So that's been one of the highlights. And then the other highlight, honestly, no offense varsity guys, but the JV guys, it was really cool to see. We had a bunch of freshmen coming in to the team, and one thing we've done over the years, honestly, we weren't that good at the beginning of this year, is supporting each other, kind of regardless of skill level and all that stuff. And it was just really fun for me. And I remember it was our last regular season meet. It was just this beautiful fall day. We're over in Lake Kamek, over in Burlington, and one of our slowest runners on the female team is just giving an unbelievable effort. It's one of the things that, if not for this, nobody would be talking about, but she's, incredibly hardworking. And then just watching the JV guys sitting around and cheering for her, kind of makes you feel good about life and the youth that we have here. And then the last thing that I want to say, just to kind of maybe try to put a little bow on this, is it's kind of cool that kind of both simultaneously. I don't think either team, volleyball or cross country, came in with that high expectations. But it's just kind of amazing when you start to see when a culture that develops, very, very much so with the volleyball program as well as the cross country, of just challenging each other to be the best and bring out the best in each other. Made it a pretty fun fall to be around Warren High School athletics. So thanks for your time, appreciate it.
Thank you.
On this team, we also have a state champion runner in Gabe Schmid. A little bit about Gabe. He's a 2-time state champion. This year, he finished 30 seconds ahead of the second place runner this year, which is just outstanding. His awards include this year regional champ, conference champ, MVP, and he's the winner of the prestigious Greensboro Invitational. We've heard from Gabe before. Gabe, we'll get you come on up here, say a few words.
Thank you for having me. This is the second time. Last time I challenged my team to all be here with me, and we made it. I challenged to win it, but we came very close and we came very far. So this year was definitely about the team, and in that I grabbed another state championship. So it's been awesome, the support that my team has given me. I can't run by myself every day. I was doing upwards of 70-mile weeks, and that gets very lonely when you're running it by yourself. So having the team and texting them and being able to have them come run with me is great, and being able to push me and support me. So it's just an awesome team that I have, and it's an awesome family in Orange High School that I have as well. And my principal always congratulating me whenever I do something awesome, and also my coach pouring so much time and personal into me is just amazing. So I'm looking forward to this next team. Hopefully grabbing one next year, because you know, the team that beat us this year is losing quite a bit more people than us. So you can look for these guys back in these seats. So yeah, thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Would you all like to walk around the table and let us shake your hand for your wonderful accomplishments? Just a line, and then
Both teams,
if you
go ahead
want
and
to
let's
leave,
watch
you're
watch
welcome to leave.
camera right
Y'all
there.
come right through here.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
I played on the volleyball team, our volleyball team did.
You doing okay? Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I was seeing that out front is also.
Yeah, thank y'all very much.
Trivial pursuit, the sports.
Oh, you're.
Everything else.
How do you live in this county and not be like?
Right.
All right.
I was at the game on Saturday.
We need to adopt our agenda.
Motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, agenda is adopted.
Ms. Hauser. Ms. Hauser.
Ms. Hauser, we're having a meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Welcome, everyone. We have adopted our agenda and we are ready for public comments. If we have, do you have the list?
I do.
Okay. You're a step ahead of.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Let everyone get in here first. Okay. All right. We will now hear public comments. Speakers will be called in the order in which they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Yielding time to other speakers is not permitted. If a speaker has written materials they would like to share, please hand them our board clerk, Franklin McCune, and he will distribute them to the board. The purpose of public comment is for the board to hear from members of the public, not to engage in back and forth discussions. Per our policy, board members will not respond to speakers during the public comment session. The board greatly values public feedback and welcomes all comments regardless of viewpoint. However, please be reminded that children are often present at these meetings and that our public comment policy prohibits profanity, vulgarity, and personal abuse of any person. We ask that all comments be civil, respectful, and free of personal attacks. Any speaker who violates our public comment period or otherwise exceeds the bounds of order or decorum will be given a warning. Continued violations may result in the speaker being ruled out of order, at which point we will move on to the next speaker. The first speaker tonight is Melinda Woodard.
Good evening. If my name is familiar to any of you guys, I was formerly the middle school district math coach for Standback and for Gravely Middle. Unfortunately, after being hired in August of 2021, I had to go on ABA and then had a medical emergency that put me on short-term disability, in which case I was not released to return to work by my doctor. Seeing as how October was Disability Employment Awareness Month, there are some things that I really want to bring to your attention regarding my personal situation. So at my doctor's discretion, I was not released to return to work. So October 9th, I sent an email just alerting the new principals and staff about the end of my short-term disability status, and regardless of what the state medical board decided, that I would not be returning. So I was looking to try to retrieve my things. On the 27th, there was a teacher work day, so I went in to collect my things. Unfortunately, when I got there at Bradley, none of my stuff was there. I was not able to locate anything. Nobody had a record of my things. Everything that I had left was unavailable. There were some things missing at, I'm trying to get emotional, I only got 3 minutes, at Standback as well. The new principal at one school was basically like, you know, that's out of my hands, contact HR, which I did. The other principal had already had me turn in my ID, my device, my keys, even though I was still fully employed. So why that was requested, I'm not sure, but I conceded to what was requested. That was on August the 7th. I did notice that my job was posted on July 14th, but my doctor had not cleared me to be released or to return to work. So why it was posted when I was still a full employee, I'm not sure. I was still on short-term disability at that point. So basically my things were moved at one school because they were rearranging some things, and where it landed didn't feel or look like an office when I returned there. It just kind of looked like a catch-all. So by my job being posted, me having to turn in my keys, my badge, my laptop, and my office being just a space that was a catch-all, there were several things that I was not able to recover. And that's kind of prohibiting me from moving forward in terms of being able to serve elsewhere as a consultant of anything. I asked that things be either located or compensated. I gave them to December the 1st, which was Friday. Haven't heard anything back, although I sent a reminder email on Thursday. My office chair, my rug, you know, unique storage solution, personal items, because I keep extra glasses, contacts, you know, umbrellas, just things in my office. And then just to not be able to transition into something that is going to allow me to be gainfully employed at this point is frustrating. I don't know what price they can put on my intellectual property. Like flash drives are gone. 20+ years of tools, resources from workshops, training, conferences, and all of those things are just been stripped from me. And I need some help having that resolved. I was able to retrieve my laptop. There was nothing left on there for me to find. So that's basically why I'm here and what I'm requesting help with. And that's my time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Johnson.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. First, I should say thank you. I know that you are volunteering and we appreciate your service. And appreciate the opportunity to give some feedback. My name's Sarah Johnson. I live in Churton Grove. Hi, neighbor. See you over there. And I'm here tonight because my second grader is at River Park Elementary School. I also have a younger son who will be starting kindergarten in the fall. So we were kind of surprised a month or two ago to see some of the maps that redistricted Churton Grove out of River Park. When my son started kindergarten a few years ago, we looked at our other options. We looked at the charters, we looked at private schools. We ultimately decided not to apply anywhere because we wanted him to go to River Park. It's a great school, there's a community there, friends and neighbors were there, and we've been so happy. My child is happy, we're happy, he loves his teachers, he has friends, the administration is amazing. So again, we're feeling a little angsty about the idea of leaving a place that we really, really love. When my husband and I reviewed some of the maps, we couldn't quite see that it was solving all of the problems. It looked like one of the options had River Park at capacity, one had Pathways at capacity. I think one map had our neighborhood divided into two, which I am told is not actually a viable option, so hopefully that is true. But we're feeling really worried about what next year will look like for our family. I know and appreciate that this is very, very complicated. I will not pretend like I understand the nuances in all of this. I need to know a few things. I know that my child is really happy. I know that we've been really happy at this school. We go to all the school events. We know everyone there, you know, because it's our whole neighborhood. The kids he plays baseball with. We know we're feeling pretty anxious about the idea of living a school that we love, where our child has thrived. We know that we're looking at other options where we might leave the public school system, which is not what we want to do. We're both products of public school education. We know many neighbors are doing the same thing. So I'm here tonight just pleading our case. We would love to stay at River Park, the school that we chose, and a school where we're really happy. So I have 30 seconds left. I will end with thank you. Really appreciate the time to share our thoughts. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peter Maddox.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I come to you tonight as a resident of this county, as a taxpayer, but most importantly as a father. My son also attends River Park. He's a first grader. I come to you very bluntly to request that you keep Churton Grove assigned to River Park. My wife went to River Park when it was known by a former name, and we've arranged our life, frankly, around sending our children there. This is not to say anything bad about any other school, in particular Pathways. When I learned about the potential change, I looked into the school, and it seems excellent. Part of the reasoning, I believe, is that people have made significant decisions in their lives on the basis of Churton Grove being assigned to River Park for at least 15 years. We certainly have made those decisions. I'm concerned about the disruptions it'll have to our students, especially after the last 4 to 5 years of many disruptions that hurt kids' learning. I'm concerned about the way that this disrupts families. People have made decisions about their job, transportation, based on where their kids go to school. After-school care is also significant because in our case, and in many other folks' cases, it's not the type of thing that you can change if you change schools. I'm concerned too about the process. While I haven't been following it as much as I would have liked, this seems to be happening too fast. It's hard to conceive how the maps are logically drawn, and I don't understand how they, frankly, lack a bit of human touch and understanding. I've heard these concerns from others. I'm pretty sure that I'm not the only person that feels this way, as is evidenced by a first speaker. And again, I ask that you keep Churton Grove assigned to River Park. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Patricia Herrera.
Thank you all. My name is Patricia Herrera, and I'm speaking about the proposed regulation for gender support guidelines. So under this section of names and pronouns, I have no such understanding that there's a boy or girl's name, but I do feel that a pronoun that indicates a specific sex that does not align with a person's biological sex would be a lie. I believe the regulation should state that a school employee unwilling to consciously affirm a lie through the use of a chosen pronoun be allowed to use only the individual's name, and that such refusal to choose to not use a pronoun, but rather solely the individual's name, would not be considered harassment. Under sports and physical education, I want to state that I'm thankful the state of North Carolina will be designating sports teams as either male, female, or co-ed, and that participation will be based solely on the student's biology and genetics at birth. I only wish that our Orange County schools would implement this change today, rather than waiting on the state to issue final determinations. Some may say that transgender student is being excluded or unable to participate in a sport. That's not true. A transgender student has exactly the same opportunity as any other student of the same sex. The student that's being excluded from sports is a young girl who has no opportunity to join a team because their physical ability when compared to all females limited them to the last spot on the roster. And that opportunity was lost because a genetic male was awarded a position on the team based on other natural and biological differences. Under restroom and locker room accessibility, I believe school bathroom and locker room use should be determined by sex and not gender. If we want employees, parents, and students to be tolerant of individuals with gender identities or expressions different than their sex, let's ask males to be respectful of other males, no matter their gender, in their restrooms and locker rooms, and females respectful of other females. I don't think the best solution is to allow a male, no matter their gender, in a bathroom or locker room filled with females. However, at a minimum, I believe the second paragraph under restroom and locker room accessibility should be revised. I'd like the second paragraph to include language that allows all individuals to have the right to request alternative arrangements based on their need or desire for increased privacy. The first line of that paragraph currently includes the word any student, which would seem to allow that all students may ask for alternative arrangements. However, the last sentence would suggest this ability to request alternative arrangements is allowed only to the student who wants to keep their transgender status confidential. I believe the last sentence should read, any alternative arrangement should be provided in a non-stigmatizing way, whether the purpose is to protect an individual's ability to keep their transgender status confidential, or supports an individual that feels a need for privacy from someone of the opposite sex in a locker room or bathroom. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our last speaker for this evening is Christina Clark.
Hi, good evening, Orange County School Board members and Dr. Merrill. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of teachers and school staff in my capacity as the president of the Orange County Association of Educators. At the beginning of the year, staff was told during convocation that we would have to step up and make sacrifices due to budget concerns this year. We know that our job involves many sacrifices, both occupational and personal, and most of the time we can see the rationale and the benefit to the larger community. The sacrifice that many of us are unwilling to make is one that does not benefit our students, especially since it is one that we make to the detriment of our own ability to educate. As you all know, teachers receive a planning period once per day, and we have asked year after year that this time be kept sacred. We use this time to plan lessons, give feedback, and analyze student data, along with other important duties. Unfortunately, this time is now often taken up with covering other teachers' classes. In other words, we perform the duties of a substitute teacher when we should have time devoted to our own classes. In the past, we received a stipend for this extra duty, but this year we were told to sacrifice that stipend because it cost too much money due to the obscene amount of times we were asked to cover classes. To be clear, we do not enjoy giving up our planning, yet the stipend at least allowed us to feel a modicum of appreciation when we had to scramble to make up that time. I am aware of the budgetary concerns surrounding coverage pay, and the solution is clear. Hire more substitutes. Central office could make a huge difference just by recruiting and helping our support staff find substitutes or stepping in as substitutes themselves. Parents, grandparents, and community members, if you would like to find one simple way to support teachers this year, please sign up to sub in our schools. We need you desperately. Every time you sub, you give a teacher that much more time to invest in their students. You give an academic coach time to actually do their job. And you elate our attendance secretary who doesn't have to beg a teacher to give up their planning. As I have said before, when you respect our time, you win the respect and loyalty of school staff. Don't ask us to give up sacred planning periods meant for our students, who need more support than ever. We see the rationale behind most sacrifices, but don't make this unreasonable request of our time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes tonight's public comment.
And thank you all for coming and speaking. All right. Next up, we have board comments. Board comments. Does our board have any comments that they would like to make? Start with Dr. Moore.
I want to give a shout out to the EC department. I attended the EC craft fair. Can everybody hear me? Okay. I attended the EC craft fair last Thursday, and I was able to purchase some things to decorate my home with for the holidays. And it was really great to see the students very engaged, hands-on. They were handling the cash, writing names for receipts. So again, I just want to give a big thank you to our Orange High School and Cedar Ridge EC students for their hard work and the teachers and staff that helped to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Ms.
This
Molly?
way. Okay, just a couple of things. One, really enjoyed the Hillsborough Holiday Parade yesterday. There was so much OCS participation out there. So I saw a middle school band and cheer and color guard. I saw the two big high schools out there. They sounded great. And then several elementary schools, which is, usually Hillsborough's elementary is out there. That was awesome to see them. And then also Eflin Cheeks and New Hope as well. So I'm excited about the growing participation. Never mind like all of the OCS students I recognized in like all of the other like dance groups and gymnastics and like HYA and things like that. So that was a lot of fun. Sometimes in past years, I'm like looking at Dr. Merrill as though he's gonna take a note on this, but I know he's our interim superintendent. But sometimes in past years, there's been like an OCS bus and stuff and some other sort of district level excitement. There was no school bus in the parade this year, so maybe next year. And then the other thing is the week before Thanksgiving, I think I went to the School Boards Association conference, the annual conference, and I don't think that I had shared that. Just some things from that with the board. A couple of good sessions that I went to that I just wanted to highlight. One was around capital funding, and there were a couple of funding sources that maybe we've tapped into them in the past, but there were a couple that were sort of new to me that I didn't remember that we tapped into. So I am going to follow up with Mr. Foster about the names of those. USDA has some funding for school renovations and another state pot of money that I just don't recall us tapping into. And then the other one that I thought was really interesting was the EC department from Chatham County talked about their parent advisory council and how they engage EC families, and just highlighted some really great, one of the people who presented was a parent who, what was beautiful about when they set that up was that the EC department reached out to the parents that they had heard from a lot, who were very vocal in their concerns about their child's experience in the schools, and like they literally went out to a restaurant and she was like, tell me, like what do you need, and et cetera, as sort of a pathway, which was really cool. But they have like a fundraiser 5K and sort of like a Special Olympics type event and all kinds of really cool things. So I'm imagining Ms. Crimmins and her neighbor to the south are very connected, but it was really cool to hear about some of the things they're doing. So those are two highlights for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for coming out and sharing their comments tonight, parents and teachers. And I appreciate celebrating our student athletes. And we had a meeting with principals recently where we heard all our school improvement plans. And I really appreciate the work of our principals during this busy season. I'm looking forward to all the holiday events we have coming up, including one supporting our robotics efforts in Northern Orange County, as well as all of our bands and choral groups and other groups. So just want to wish everyone happy holidays. Thanks for taking time to come talk to the school board on a busy December evening.
Mr. Richmond?
I just want to say happy holidays to everyone. Hope everybody enjoys the holiday break and spends a lot of time with family, which is really important.
Ms. Hauser?
I wanted to first thank everybody for coming out tonight, and I know it's not convenient to come and take some time out on a Monday night to talk to the school board, but it makes a difference for us, so thank you so much for that. And I've been buzzing all day about the holiday parade. It was fantastic. It was see all the schools there, see the chamber. We had the head of the chamber here tonight. It's like, it was so fantastic to see so many schools involved, and I'm a sucker for a marching band. So. It was great. Thank you.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes, I just wanted to start off too. I got to go to the EC Craft Fair, and it was really amazing to see all the students' artwork and listen to how they did it, and the staff and the support from everybody. Wonderful to get some early holiday gifts, as Dr. Moore mentioned, and just wanted to say thank you to the staff for putting that on and allowing them to be able to do that. Also enjoyed the parade and got to see everybody out there, and so it was really great to see the community so engaged, especially as you think of where we've been and where we're going. It's great to see everybody out. I did want to thank everybody for coming out tonight to speak on all the different items and the many calls I've gotten today. You know, definitely appreciate it, and to be able to speak about the process and items as such. Also wanted to just again congratulate our athletics for such a superb outcome. And finally, just happy holidays to everybody. Please get time to spend with your family. It's an important thing to disconnect just for a little bit. So thank you.
Thank you. I missed the parade yesterday, and I'm sorry I did. But I missed it. But in seeing my grandson this morning, I said, "How was the parade?" And he said, "Great." And I said, "You see anybody you knew? See any of your friends?" "Oh, yes, they were all there." And I said, "Well, that's great." So that's the important thing, that our kids are having fun and they're getting to experience the holidays a little bit. I too would like to thank everybody who's come out tonight. I too would also like to thank those that have sent me emails, that have let me know how they feel about things. I will reiterate again, we have not made any decisions. We are still looking at things. The maps that we got on Friday are not exactly where we want them to be, so we're gonna be discussing that a little bit later tonight. But we are not in any way, shape, or form ready to vote on anything that I can see just yet. So I just wanna put that out there to sort of let everybody have a nice Christmas and not have to worry about this, and know that we're doing the best that we can right now with what we have been given, and we are still a ways away from making any kind of decision that's gonna affect your children. So I just wanna let everybody know that. So I hope everyone has a great holiday. I hope yesterday was the start of, well, actually going to the shopping the other day too, was the start of a holiday. I mean, we may have some Christmas presents here that we're gonna be giving out. But just take time, enjoy, and be with your family and friends. That's the important thing. Dr. Merrill?
Yeah, thank you. Want to recognize Jalen Brown, who now needs to be called doctor. Successfully defended his dissertation on November 30th. And the title was Administrators' Perceptions in Reducing High Rates of Chronic Absenteeism in an Urban Midwestern School District. He is relocated. Doctorate of Education, EDD, from Walden University, and his quote was, "I pursued a doctorate degree to model for my staff and students that lifelong learning and leadership matters, to embrace this idea that we must continue to push ourselves to become better for a more hopeful future." So, Jalen, thank you and congratulations, well done. No mean task to get done while you're trying to run a school at the same time, I'll tell you that from
In a new
experience.
state.
Yeah, remote. My other area, it takes a little longer, and I prepared remarks, but I want to address an item on the agenda later that's Roman numeral 4B, which is the ORED draft redistricting maps and data. Our rollout of the redistricting maps from the beginning of this process has not gone well. Many issues were beyond our ability to manage and control, and consequently we started from behind and were never able to catch up. The appropriate input from the assignment committee was out of sequence and rushed. The community input meetings were rushed, and the first set of maps even available for the community to study were delayed beyond the start of our calendar and the schedule that we had built. We then lost more time establishing correct capacity numbers at our schools, which required the maps to be recalculated. All the while, the clock was ticking. We were trying to hit a deadline where there would have been meaningful community input, the board would have approved a final version of clear maps, and all would have been completed before January 1. Regrettably, we cannot reasonably accomplish any meaningful redistricting work by January 1. Therefore, I'm asking the board to consider my following recommendation. Number one, take the time necessary to have accurate maps, meaningful input from the community and the assignment committee, and approve the redistricting map no later than the board meeting in March of 2024. That will give us a couple of months to do this better. Secondly, reconstitute the assignment committee by allowing those who wish to leave that committee to do so, to get confirmation from those who wish to remain on committee, and to make recommendations for new members who would like to join the assignment committee. Number 3, implement the redistricting with the beginning of the 2025-2026 year. Clearly, if we've not approved a set of maps until March, you could not implement, enroll, and start 6 months later, 5 months later. And then finally, if board, you can support this concept, then later this month, I'd ask you to take formal action on this recommendation. So I share that with you in advance of our presentation and discussion later on the maps, but I want to hold that out as a possibility if you want to grab it. Full confession, we've not done a great job of treating our community well and getting good information in a timely way, and then getting meaningful feedback from maps that we knew we were going to keep changing. So it's been frustrating for us, frustrating for community, the assignment committee, everybody else. So if this is what you call cutting your losses, currently I'm suggesting that buy us a couple of more months to do it right, approve it 1 year hence. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mel. Okay, consent agenda. As we move on.
There was just one item that I had wanted to pull from the consent, which was number 7, the policy 1320, just so we could discuss that at the same time we discuss the policy 1310, the policy right next to it, which is also about parental involvement. So I'd just like to request that we move that down there and discuss both at the same time.
Okay. Do we approve the consent agenda with those 2 changes?
So moved.
What was the second
Is there just one
change?
change?
Well, one change,
Oh, okay, sorry.
just moving one to talk with
Okay.
Yes,
with
one
another
change.
one. I'm sorry, I'm thinking two.
So moved.
No, okay. All in favor? Aye.
Oh, I think we did the second.
Oh, I thought thought Bonnie gave
Oh,
us second.
I'm happy to
Okay.
second, I did.
Fine.
Okay. All right, all in favor?
Yes, thank you.
Aye. Okay, we'll get back on track. Okay, so consent is approved with the pulling of item number 7 to talk with policy 1310 and our discussion and action. All right. We have 2 pages tonight, and that's very confusing. I'm not used to that. Okay, in our discussion action items, we are discussing policy 4305, the Code of Student Conduct, formal regulations and procedures for 4300 regarding the Code of Conduct, character and support, and this has been in first read with the policy committee. So, Mr. Atherton, would you like to speak to this?
Sure. Obviously, we'll have staff here to help. So board, this is a significant change from what you've seen before, and if you're looking at it, do not reference back to the old policy. That's intentional. The intention is that this is a very different approach that staff had looked at other districts such as Durham and others around us to have this similar approach to give the tiers and to remove all ambiguities around our current policy of which one do you apply in which case. After we reviewed this with the policy committee, we did feel like this was a very positive change for us in the district to be able to consistently apply it. The one concern we did have was making sure that the community and others get some feedback before we finalize this on a second read. And since the policy committee doesn't have the ability to say, well, let's go get additional feedback, one of our recommendations was that we would approve a first reading, then allow this to go out to community feedback, and if there is some significant feedback or requests for changes, we could either send it back to policy committee to go look at those, or to have that discussion as a full board. One of the recommendations in there you'll see is to delete the old policy That would not occur until our second read and approval. That's literally just replacing the existing policy. But tonight, depending on the feedback from the board, if we do move forward with first read, it would be nothing would change until second reading. And I do know from the policy discussions, there's a request to get this to the schools as soon as possible to have consistency and easier application of this. With that, I'll turn it over to our staff to talk more about it, their process and some of the items they wanted to highlight. But I just wanted to give some context first, just from the discussion of the policy committee and kind of what the recommendation was, but some of the details.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hope everyone is well and enjoyed your first piece of your holiday season. What you have before you is policy 4305, which is detailing our student code of conduct. As you know, we have been working over the last few months with engaging schools to review and revise our student code of conduct, character, and support. And a big piece of that was the revision of this policy. And so I won't read over it again word for word as you have it before you. But we worked through this piece looking at a few other of our nearby districts and what their policy has looked like, as well as some consultation with our Engaging Schools partners on information to be included as well. And so here to answer any questions that you may have regarding what you have before you tonight.
Ms. Molly?
So thank you for this. Okay, so this is, the origins of this are essentially similar to other neighboring school districts. This is not like a school boards association policy, this would just be ours to, okay. The different levels that are in here, so can you just help me understand the relationship between this and the actual like code of conduct with the chart with the dots that show the different levels of response? Like what is the relationship between that and this? Is that going away?
No, it's not going away. So actually what will happen is the new chart that will be revised will follow exactly what is here. So it will be leveled with those consequences and violations there. So it will match exactly what you see here. This is just the written format. And then when it's printed in the revised code of conduct, it will be in chart form.
And just to add that you could have a chart, but one thing that's different about this code, the other code was a little more rigid in that there were consequence ranges and you were confined to those ranges. This code allows for departures from, in some cases, from one tier to another if they're aggravating or mitigating factors. So while it's possible to develop a chart format, I think it would have to have a disclaimer or something on it, because you won't be able to say, for example, this type of offense always gets a 5-day to 10-day suspension. Because this code allows this principal, superintendent, and board to consider mitigating factors in all cases and aggravating in some cases.
One other thing I just wanted to add is that before, this was not a policy, it was a regulation. But after these changes, and this is removing several other policies that we had, the policy committee felt strong to make this a policy versus just a regulation. So I just wanted to highlight that because it reminded me when I saw it said policy up there. This used to be a regulation, but again, we're removing multiple policies to replace this and promoting it to a policy.
Ms. Dole?
Thank you. Thank you for the context and the explanation of the process. I noticed that one of the neighboring districts you leaned into a lot was Durham Public Schools. And I don't know when, you probably know when they most recently overhauled their code of conduct. So I'm assuming it was more recent, you know, that they've already been through a recent overhaul, and so we're looking at what work they've done recently rather than something there.
Yeah, this is a new pull from them. So I
Okay.
would say this in the last 2 years, I think is what it is, the last overhaul.
Okay,
They
great.
make small, so much like to ours, we can come back and have conversations, but they sort of tweak theirs just to be, and we can remove the ambiguity and sort of the biases that we're seeing, which cause our levels of suspensions to kind of range and cause those inconsistencies, especially for historically resilient students. So it's in the last year or two.
Great, thank you.
from memory, Durham, because I worked with Durham on when they did a complete overhaul of their policy. It was, I think, roughly 5 years ago or so, that they did a complete rewrite and switched to this model, which originally was a Wake model.
Okay.
A lot of other school districts use this tiered model that originated in Wake. Durham switched it, I think, about 5 or more years ago, and they've updated it since then.
Yeah, this is the update.
Yeah, this is based on the latest updated version of theirs with some additional changes made by staff and the policy committee.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Moore had her hand up first, then Ms. Smiley.
Just a general question. I was wondering if the general code of conduct statements are posted in schools, just as a reminder that things are in place to create a positive and conducive learning environment that promotes academic achievement, personal growth, and responsible citizenship. So I've worked in districts that had that implemented, but it was like short blurbs that basically tied into the individual school's mission and vision statements. And it was effective. So I don't know if that's something that is done here.
It's not current, but as we kind of go through that process and get through the policy and that revision, and then look forward to getting the book completed, then we can absolutely look into taking out those excerpts, similar to like a mission and vision statement where that's posted and have it posted around our schools.
Because what I want to point out is while we're looking at this as the if-then, right? If something occurs, here's the consequence for it. The whole purpose of the book, though, is to provide a more restorative approach collectively overall. So what you're speaking to gets to the whole heart of this, as not just a punitive situation, but a code of character and conduct. How do we want our students to engage? How do we want our families to engage? How do we want to engage as a community at the board? So to that point, I think thinking about SEL and kind of wrapping it all together, I want that to be a great piece we could build with our PBIS programs, then have that as a conversation within their matrix, pieces of that. What we're speaking to at that really gets at the whole book in itself. So I appreciate you lifting that up.
Thank you.
Ms. Smiley.
I was going to ask you a question about, in this level 2, some of the things in there, but then I realized I think I might be misunderstanding the headline, so this might actually be like a wording thing. So like, level 2 says in-school interventions and/or school discipline / possible out-of-school suspension of up to 2 days with aggravating factors. And the first thing underneath it was inappropriate language like cursing. And so when I read that, I thought that a student could get sort of suspended immediately for 2 days for cursing, up to 2 days. Am I understanding that that's like cursing in school interventions unless there are aggravating factors, in which case it's a suspension, it could be up to a suspension up to 2 days? Is that the?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then I think that I have a suggestion for a couple of these levels in the header that says, so level 2, it's saying, adding the word either at the very beginning, and then a comma after interventions. So either in-school interventions, comma, or in-school discipline / possible out-of-school suspensions of up to 2 days if there are aggravating factors, or something like that to make that just crystal clear. Level 2 and level 3, like in-school, either in-school consequences, or if there are multiple serious aggravating factors, short-term suspension of up to 5 days, possible da-da-da-da. Or whatever would accurately describe.
I hear you.
Do you know what I mean? Like, doing the first one, either this, comma, or if there's more around this, then this more significant consequence.
So just to,
that framing.
Just wanted to flag, that's a shorthand, just a caption. We could rewrite it, but the actual explanations of the level are at the beginning of the policy, starting on page 2 there, where I think it's much clearer in the explanation of each level what the consequence ranges are. I understand. I think I follow you.
Yes.
Yes.
At the beginning.
Yes, page 2.
There's the level. There's an explanation of each level. So that's where you get the clear explanation of the consequence
It's
range.
a paragraph on it.
So you're looking at just a head, just a title. It's not meant to restate the full sentence.
Okay, so understood, and in whatever way this is represented in a code of conduct document that students get, if there's like a shorthand header, just making sure that that is clearer than like the way that it's described in here, I think. Am I making
That's
sense?
fair.
It is. Okay.
Okay. Ms. Doyle?
Just one more question. Will, I think you were explaining this, that the idea is that we are going to approve first read.
Mhm.
And then it's gonna go, where's it gonna go?
The recommendation to the board was for us to seek out through our standard communications that we have this draft, we'd like to get input on it.
Okay.
Give the chance for the equity task force to look at it again, the principals, all of the stakeholders a
Okay.
chance to give us feedback on what their thoughts or concerns with this, since it's such a different approach. And that'll give time in between first reading and second reading for us to get that feedback before we make a final decision. But that's the recommendation to me.
Ms. Mullin?
And that will include the equity task force seeing it again?
Yes.
I don't know if we'll be able to get it back for the January meeting in time, to be honest. I mean, December's rough. We'll try, but it's conceivably to get enough meaningful feedback. Might slide a little bit. Second meeting in January perhaps.
Yeah, second meeting, yeah.
For you all, we'll have equity task force meeting December 11th, so just for you guys, I'm gonna do that for you.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
At least I can do it.
Don't press it.
All right, any other, Ms.
Just
Hauser?
commenting, it was really important to us in the committee to make sure that it got out. You know, that the Will Senators wanted to reiterate, it was really important to us that it got out, that people got to see it, that principals got to see it, it's a big change. One of the questions, so let's say, we can get feedback, and that's gonna be tough to get feedback by even the middle of January, I guess. What does it, and, what do you expect the timetable to be to bring this forward, to actually implement it and change the policy? Is that something this year, or is this something for the beginning of next year?
I would say hopefully this year. And reason being, I know we've had conversations, we would like to get this out to change sort of where we are. The policy in practice we currently have is not equitable as it needs to be. So the drive is to get it done, but also to respect that we get more community feedback. We've heard from principals gotten their piece. But ultimately, if we could really get this going, because we've already started some of the training with the staff, right, about how to become more restorative. So part of the discussion we had over a year ago was that staff was not trained, they were not trained on how to implement this code. So we started that. Dr. Dreyer has been doing a great job facilitating, getting with engaging schools to get that done. So I don't want too much lag time there, but we started all that implementation and training, and then there's nothing, then all of a sudden here comes a code. Remember, you were trained on it, so ideally, if we could get it rolling, at least at some point this year, at least beginning of next year would be ideal. Great. Dr. Dreyer? She's the boss.
All right, any other questions, comments? All right, we appreciate y'all very much. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you for being
Is
here.
there an action?
Yes, we have to take
Oh,
action.
we do have to take action.
Yes.
We need to approve on first read the
Yes.
new code of conduct.
I'll make a
And-
motion I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve this on first read, including contingent on getting some feedback on the policy from stakeholders. Yes. Period, end of sentence.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We appreciate your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Academic calendar revisions for 24-25. Dr. Green, there you are.
Well, good evening, Board Chair, Ms. Purcell, Board Vice Chair, Mr. Richmond, board members, and Dr. Merrill. So this evening, I want to present to you, hopefully a minor change to the 24-25 school year. If you recall, last year we brought 2 calendar years for approval, this year and next year. And in the development of next year's calendar, it basically just moved the calendar one day here. And so going through this year, a couple of questions, couple of concerns came up. One regarding language here and how we indicated required teacher work days, protected teacher work days, as opposed to staff, because we realized that it encompasses more than just teachers. So one change is to change that language to be more inclusive of all of our staff that's involved in work days. It does not change by any means the original intent of those days being, the required staff days being for professional developments, for school-based meetings, for central office-based meetings. And the other language change was the optional from the protected day, which provides the option for teachers for their own planning, professional planning, options there to take leave on those days there, and in following the guidelines of the telework policy, they could be considered for that option. So the optional days is the other language change. It still protects the teacher's time if they're using, there are no central or school-based meetings on those days. And then the other change is to move the the September 30th teacher, now staff day, work day to October 4th, which aligns with the year-round calendar so that we could have professional development and other activities with both traditional and year-round.
Okay, Ms. Molly?
So these changes make sense to me. The thing that I wanted to bring up is that last year, and I think the year before, I requested that the calendar have like a family-friendly version posted on the website that is not this version for staff members that says this day is annual vacation leave, this day is the kind of work day you can work from home, this kind of is the work day you're required to report, but that just is very simple and doesn't have so many colors and just says no school, like no school, no school. And maybe the teacher work days, in parentheses say teacher work days, just so families get a sense of like when, you know, teachers are coming, or staff work days, excuse me. But this is just much more complex than like earlier iterations than we had from like a parent perspective. So it just takes some like, I have to like look at this calendar and be like, that red one, what does red mean? And like look at the code. Just like, no school, you know, that would be helpful.
I was really taking back the calendar committee has started work for the 25-26. So we're doing that, and so we certainly can incorporate within developing a family friendly for next year.
For, I'm sorry,
It'll
for.
be 24-25.
Because we're about to turn into the year 24.
Yes.
Yes, beautiful, okay, beautiful, yes, no need to change this year's calendar, thank you so much.
Okay.
Ms. Dole?
I just have a brief question. Sometime in the last couple of years, I don't remember exactly when, we had discussion around staff on teacher work days. And at one point, they weren't paid to work teacher work days. And remind me where we are now. Are staff paid to work any and all teacher work days or only required? Like if we're calling it staff work days, they need to be paid on them. So what's our status of that?
I believe that for teachers who are working for planning, during the planning on those days are paid. If they're not working on those days, then they would be taking their own leave.
Okay, but I mean not certified staff, I mean like TAs, for example. Like that was the issue we had a couple of years ago.
Hi. So, there was a time as a result of budget reductions where we did implement that teacher assistants did not receive pay, if they, on teacher work days and they did not work. That is not the case anymore.
Thank you.
That, board did approve to, get that back in the budget, and so that is fully back in the budget for teacher assistants, that, they are permitted to work or to take leave on teacher work days, and both of those would be, paid.
Thank you.
So does like child nutrition and bus drivers on a staff work day, will they be working?
Typically not, no, because bus drivers, do not, they're transport students when we're not transporting students on teacher work days. Typically, no, they do not work because we're not able to recoup those funds from the state, and the same is true for child nutrition.
I thought that was true. So then I think maybe the term staff workday might be confusing. Did you all talk about that?
Like nurses that, also have professional development on some of those days. And some of our central office positions are also involved in some professional development.
I just wanna make sure we're not making like a like, clear that we're not making a budgetary commitment to pay all staff because it says the word staff workday on here. Like, we're gonna clearly communicate which staff members a staff workday applies to.
Or could we say that unless they are having staff development, they will not? I mean, cause sometimes, and correct me if I'm wrong, sometimes child nutrition may have some kind of staff development on one of those work days.
We also develop a professional development calendar, that sort of goes along with this, that spell out what professional development activities are taking place on each day and the audience for that piece.
If there's some kind of delineation in there as to if there is professional development or something
I just
that
wanna
would
make
let
sure it's
people
clear
know.
to staff.
'Cause it is,
Right, I just
it
don't want it
could
to
be
be confusing.
confusing
Yeah.
to some people.
And so we will take that back into consideration and make sure that we clarify as to who, which staff are engaged in activities with these in staff.
Ms.
Motion.
Hauser, did you, I
No,
think Ms.
no,
Hauser
I
had.
just
Um,
commenting, but on this, if the staff works, they get paid, if they don't work, they don't get paid, right? Kind of.
Yes.
But it's the, like, clear expectation
Right.
idea, right? That we're, like, it seems like the change was to try to make it clearer, but I worry that it might be confusing then to another set of staff.
Like if it's really teachers and TAs who are, it's consistently applying to, I just feel like it should say teacher and TA workday, or I don't know, I agree that I'm
The original language had that part, and then we discovered that it's beyond just the teacher.
Okay.
Those positions right here.
Okay.
But certainly to make sure that it's clear on professional development calendars, with staff, who's working and who's engaged in professional development on those days.
Thank you.
Mr. Atherton, were you saying something?
No, I
Okay.
was asking, do we need to do the approval on these?
I just wanted to make
Yes.
sure.
I do have one question. I'm all for going ahead with this. I have a question about really the next year calendar, because there's been discussions about introducing a fall break but we've never discussed it at a board. Obviously, it's not for this calendar. When does that conversation happen?
Actually, that's part of the conversation that's going on now for the
Okay, great.
25-26 school year, to take into consideration other options. Next year's calendar pretty much follows this year's calendar. So what I'm proposing is just a minor change to next year's calendar, which is already approved, but we are now in the process of looking at the 25-26 school year, and that was indeed some of the the fall break was one of the things that came out of the survey in developing these 2 years, along with Thanksgiving, longer break, a winter break. And so when we factor in those items, we also have to take into account the number of instructional days that's required, the number of staff work days, staff required work days. So all that factors in, but it is one of the items.
Thank you so much.
You know, I think there's enough confusion over title. I think I'd like to take it back, see if I can clarify, so that it's self-evident.
Can I just make a comment on that, which is, I don't think the requirement is for the board to, like, approve labels of things. Like, I think the dates are in the calendar. I mean,
True.
maybe Neil's the policy expert here, so.
Yeah, the format of the calendar is not.
Yeah, like the labeling of
It's
things.
right, which days are, when will school begin and end, and when will.
Okay.
So, you all should feel free to
Yeah, I think
define
that's-
that as much as you
Okay.
want. I mean.
We'll mess it up. No, I appreciate that. No, good feedback, I think. That was the acid test, and it will put it in front of some other folks. Do you understand this? Tell us what you're reading. So, yeah, we can do that. But, and you can still approve it, though.
We need to approve the date change, so I'll motion to approve the proposed changes to dates in the calendars.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, fund balance appropriation. Ms.
Yes.
Rath.
Hi, good
Hey.
evening.
Good evening.
So, I am here this evening to take any questions that you may have in regards to the abstract for fund balance appropriation. As you read in the abstract, there were some unanticipated and unbudgeted expenditures that have arose that we therefore need to seek approval to appropriate fund balance for. I do want to take an opportunity to just speak again to charter school growth, and what that means is basically we will receive funding for those students from the county in the next budget cycle. However, we've got to pay for those students this fiscal year. So basically, we are fronting the money, for lack of a better term, and therefore to do that, we need fund balance for that because they were not included in what the commissioners approved for this fiscal year. So that increase, is roughly 107 students, is what is accounting for the 500,000, as well as I wanted to take the opportunity, there was a change in legislation for anyone who is not aware. Virtual charter schools, those students that attended virtual charter schools used to be capped. However, legislation was put into effect this year, which now states that local education agencies have to provide the full per pupil funding for those virtual charters. So we have roughly 20 students who are in virtual charters that we have historically been capped at only $790, which now, based upon this legislation, we have to provide the full local per pupil to those virtual charters for those students.
And the amount is?
$5,346. That is a big jump. Our local per pupil funding is annually $5,346. That's what the commissioners approved this past, in the budget cycle that we're in now. So, is there any questions that I can take in regards to this item?
I have just a comment that I fully support the Partnership Academy and feel like that's a long time coming. And thank you, Dr. Merrill. I'm looking forward to that conversation with Liberty.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Motion to approve?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rath.
Thank you.
Okay, project management contract.
Joanne, you want a reference contract? Yeah, come on.
The contract with Cummings will allow, my comment that my mom used to make, as many hands make light work, right? And this opportunity with Cummings will allow some additional hands to move capital projects along and forward, and kind of guiding us in that way for what's set forth from a priority standpoint, well with projects and beyond, and potentially beyond, in terms of getting what we have on the table done and moving as best we can to navigate more projects as we approach the spring and summer as well. This group will be able to not only begin new projects as well as get their hands into current projects, but have to get those moving along as well.
Ms. Hauser?
I like the idea. I think we need the help. And I really, if I understood this, we're also gonna get not only help, but we can get some tools, project management tools that, from them, and reporting and.
Yes, that we'll be able to kind of see and be more hands-on. That I believe they also indicated that we'll be able to allow access for individuals to be able to look into as well.
Mr. Foster, you smile when you talk about that.
Well, we don't have that, so.
I know. That's
It'd
why
be nice to have.
It's very exciting. So You know, what, I don't know the net number. We had about $50 million from the county, probably have about half of that or 20 million left. So is that the scope of their work? Is that the money that we've already been allotted, committed, and then what may be committed? And then the second part of that is, will they help at all with the, depending on what happens with Wolford and the county?
Yes, they will, and they'll see all of those plans as well, and also, like I said, in terms of future money that we'll be getting from the county to kind of navigate what that looks like.
Great.
Dr. Moore?
Never mind. I was gonna ask will they handle some of the finance piece, but I see they'll be handling invoices, so that answers the question. Thank you.
Mr. Atcher?
So I had a question, might be for Neil, might be for you. I didn't see any terms for travel, so I assume we're not being charged for any, I know they're in Raleigh, but if they have to go somewhere for us, how will that be managed? I'm really concerned that in the past, making sure that anybody that has to travel on behalf of the school district follows our travel policy versus their own. But I assume since they're local, there is no travel, but if there is, Neil, how do you?
There's nothing in the contract specifically on travel. It's our general service contracts that are billing at hourly rates for services requested and performed. Maybe, I don't know if Mr. Foster,
No,
if it wasn't discussed, they didn't ask for any
Being local, like
travel
you
reimbursement.
mentioned, nothing travel rate
Yep.
wise in that space.
So is there a reason we wouldn't include that?
Uh,
If needed to travel to somewhere for us to go look at a vendor or something?
I mean, I
is there-
suppose if that were I don't know if that's necessary at all. It doesn't sound like it was discussed. They didn't ask about it. It was.
Yeah, they asked about it and I question that may be necessary.
If it came up, I suppose you'd have to negotiate whether you were gonna pay them something for travel, because there is no travel reimbursement provision in here right now. I assume because it was assumed none was needed. So you
I would
didn't
say
come
that
up
would
with
be
the.
accurate.
Okay, so there's no expected travel?
Correct.
Not at all.
Okay.
And if it's not addressed, it's easy for us to say it's not in the
Yeah,
contract.
it's not,
Okay.
yeah.
And then, of course, we are working as a team as well, in terms of maybe one of our team members may have to navigate that too, if need be, to go ahead and look at something.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Dorr?
Thank you. Thank you. I have a couple questions, and thank you, Mr. Foster. I appreciate the details with the scope of work and we're talking about like a 5-month time frame and the 2 days a week, and so there's a lot of good detail in here. 2 questions I had. Remind me, I know that this gets us the benefit of their coming software, the CAP, I believe, analytics. So one question I have is, will we be able to use this after the contract period? Is that software that'll still be available? And secondly, remind me, I know this is an efficient use of funds to manage work, and that's why it was recommended, but remind me how this compares to a position. So it's almost 81,000 from capital funds. Remind me how this compares to what like a salaried position would be.
I'll do the second part, because I've forgotten the first part.
The second part was about, will we have continued use of the software past the terms of the
I'm not clear.
Okay.
I heard language that said, and you can have full use of the software beginning to end. But I didn't jump on it at that point and say, okay, in perpetuity, so I'm not clear on that. The second part is, the cost for 6 months, if you doubled that for a year, that's a pretty high salary.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't equate those two, because I looked at the value of experience that we're paying for and a stable of experts. And then depending on the nature of the project, they've got some, if you know Cumming, it's a huge company. And they would have people that could be specific and could be assigned, and that's the beauty of the flexibility, I think, within the contract. Initially, I think we'll be assigned one person to get knowledge and get in control, but so that was kind of a rambling answer, but I don't
That
really
makes
equate
sense,
it. I mean, if the annual cost, if you're liking the firm, if you have future dollars that are coming in starting July of '24, then you may want to renew. mean, you re-examine, you look at the need, you look at the workload, and that'll be, you know, future administration and board to decide. So I think that, and including the software at that time in the contract would be included as well, I think, so.
I could also add, it's a not to exceed amount of $80,000.
True.
It's not a straight payment.
Right,
So
thank
it's,
you.
they provide consulting services as requested and authorized on an hourly rate basis. So that can be spread out, and the administration can be strategic in terms of what types of assistance they request.
We did get positive feedback from county management that this is a concept they like as well. So don't anticipate problems from across town.
Thank you.
Motion. All right.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you for finding this. Okay, we need preliminary approval of our 2023-2024 school improvement plans that we got last week.
So move.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. That was simple.
Well, you did spend a few hours on it.
Exactly. We did have a whole meeting on it.
Well,
Meeting on it.
Anyway, all right, but it's very important. Those are very important. All right, policy 1310, parental involvement, and we're talking about 1320, our parent and family engagement policy with this. Good evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Purcell. And I'll just say on behalf of the folks who are listening and interpreting, if we can speak a little bit louder and a little more slowly, the interpreters have requested a little bit of consideration from us. And so I'll try to model that myself.
Okay, thank you
I
for
think we're
letting
here
us
basically
know.
to hear, we're here for you to go ahead and take action. The policy committee has done an immense amount of work waiting for feedback. We're excited that the process that we proposed to you all back in the fall yielded some, I think, very welcome fruits. It was exciting to get out and do some community engagement. You remember that we talked with the Equity Task Force and brought some initial fruits of that effort. There was a survey open for a couple months to our community, and we ended up with over 200 responses. Policy committee has had a chance to review that. You can, you'll find that information tabbed into the abstract from the policy committee proceedings from last week. But we also have opened up a whole new avenue of engagement with families. Recently, the family engagement team took it upon themselves to go and propose cafecito meetings, a little coffee get-together, if you will. And starting that process at Grady A. Brown, where 10 or more adults came in and enjoyed the chance to just sit around the table and take about an hour or more with teachers and family engagement specialists in a very comfortable environment with hospitality, and taking as much time as is required to build trust for these kinds of conversations to happen. If you've looked at the questions that we brought to the Equity Task Force, we brought the same questions to them. It's important for people to feel like there's time and that they are going to be heard. I can say that every time that Sandra Blefko and her team of the family liaisons and many other people in the school system have gone out, they've specifically come into that conversation is what happens. We want to know that we're being heard. We may not do everything that I ask. We need to know that we're being heard, and that's a very important element of trust that I think is going to take some time to continue engendering by going more and more often into these spaces. So immediately upon hearing about the Grady A. Brown meeting, other schools began expressing interest in doing the same thing. So this is the kind of thing that I don't want to jump in and steal the thunder of the policy committee, but there is more work to be done. Even though you have a policy before you tonight, which represents the work of the School Boards Association, as well as your best help from Tharrington Smith and a lot of review from staff and administrators. This is the kind of policy that bears continual reflection. I think there's going to be a process of continuous improvement in many different ways that this is implemented in the district, and we're also learning from our peers. Districts all over the state have been undergoing the same process, and we're learning from the best work that's being done there as well. So that's a quick review of where the policy, how staff was able to support the work of the policy committee, and from there, we're putting this to you to start moving it forward.
So the only thing I'll add from the policy committee, and we have policy committee members here, is just a reminder that this policy needs to be in place prior to January 1st. As Mr. Smith mentioned, there are things we brought up during policy committee that we'd like to add, but we need to get this one approved first, such as parental rights or responsibilities to go back and say explicitly, you as a parent have the right to request a conference, right? Because if you just read the policy, it sounds like, hey, the teacher is going to set up a meeting when needed versus you have a concern, you can set it up. So we talked about, that's just an example of one other item we'd like to go back and look at and see how that would fit into here. The other thing was, we did review a lot of items and feedback that the district had gathered for us to review and see how that fits in. The only thing I think I need to add is the 4341 that's referred to in the policy is a policy that is a school board association standard that we do not have. So in approving this, we would have to remove that reference because we do not have that current policy, which is a policy on parent involvement and student behavior issues, is I believe what it's called.
Yes, that's right. You could adopt that policy later, and we can add it. In fact, I think that probably is a good idea. We'll see what the policy committee thinks about that policy. But right now, it's just misleading to include a reference to a policy you don't have. So I would agree that for the time being, we could adopt the policy with the deletion of that cross-reference. But I know the policy committee will be taking a look at that other policy soon. We may bring it back for a technical amendment.
And then, I know Ms. Smiley had a question about, we had two separate policies, one that's specific to the Title I versus all of the schools. And the approach that the committee took was trying to follow the model of the School Boards Association to be able to get those updates quicker versus having one big policy and going, oh, they gave us an update, but ours isn't that. We need to figure out where in this policy it was. I mean, that's really how we came up with having the two separated out versus having a single policy.
In 13, I may have already touched on this, 1320 is exclusively about Title I schools.
Right.
And it's pretty much, it tracks statutory requirements and regulations for Title I schools. So it's kind of just restating a lot of law, whereas this is more your policy, in part to implement SB 49 requirements, but also just your policy where you're collecting and sharing with the community ways for parents to be engaged and involved in schools.
I think we also felt it was a little less confusing if it was the two, I think.
There's
Ms.
no right
Meyer?
or wrong, though, it's really up to the
There's no
board.
right or wrong.
Yeah, so clarifying,
Go ahead.
so policy 1310 is essentially the school board model policy, except we've already incorporated some amount of feedback and there will be more. Policy 1320, which is about Title I, parent and family engagement, is that essentially verbatim the NCSBA policy, or have we made
I
this?
think it is.
There was-
Did you make any changes?
I thought we did.
We made some
on-
Might have been some minor changes.
There were
Minor?
some minor changes, and again, that is second reading, so this is,
Yeah.
the Title I is here on the second read. This is one we're requesting to waive second reading on, so we've,
1310.
yes.
Right.
Right. Yeah, I mean, just for what it's worth, we have a 14-page policy with a lot of detail and a 7-page policy with a lot of detail. And like the irony of like, this is for family engagement, and so like when you're communicating with families, usually you like to make things simple, is like hilarious to me. But, so, and I think that some pieces, you know, it's weird that there's the definition of what parent engagement means is in the Title I one, but not in the main one. Like, I am fine with approving these for now, and I would love for us, like, when we have some blissful time to like really think about simplifying where we might be able to simplify. And then my other just general comment about the parental info, well, really about both of them, is that they both include an incredible number of commitments of what the school district will do in action. And it is essential, I'm sure the policy committee talked about this, to ensure that we have processes and systems in place to ensure that all of those things actually happen. So I am curious if there are any steps being taken there to make sure that we are systematizing this stuff, and stuff doesn't just like, you know, a school gets a new principal, or, I mean, you know, so many things, there's turnover.
I will take the risk of speaking on behalf of other staff, because every single department, as you can imagine, every single one of us who has any kind of stake in this is thinking about that, and we will be working with principals very, very quickly, because a lot of this does rest on them, and that's not been lost on any of us. And some of those subtle ironies that you brought up about the fact that parent engagement and involvement is becoming a bigger and bigger topic, harder and harder to read, and therefore the burden on everyone to wade through it is more. So we are aware, and Mr. Atherton, thank you for bringing up these standard communications that we'll be using, because as any families in the district know, we've been offering standard communications all year on redistricting and reassignment, on superintendent input, on any number of other things. And so some families have indicated that they're kind of inputted out. So it will be an ongoing process, and we don't want to, you know, we have to bear all those things in mind. Yes, ma'am.
Just to add onto that a little bit, that we have clear procedures for all these, like all this additional staff work. And at what point do we need more staff to do all these jobs? Because, you know, to the extent that it's more things that teachers have to do, or more things that principals have to do, like, this is just a lot to do. And so I'm just curious when we will get that feedback.
That sounds like a question for the board, Ms. Doyle, not for me.
Okay. That's my question to us.
Or a great rhetorical question.
It's a great rhetorical question. It's an opening for our superintendent to.
Well, I mean, classic legislative work. Here's what you must do, but by the way, there are no resources additional to do it. So, I mean, to paraphrase what you asked.
Yep.
I think there will need to be a plan that is worked out with principals and with communication and a lot of conversation around how this is gonna roll.
I'll borrow 30 more seconds to explain how that's gonna work. So yes,
Go right
we
ahead.
will be talking with principals, and obviously cabinet is gonna be weighing in on this an awful lot. A huge debt goes to Dr. Green, to Mariah Morris, our Director of Literacy, as well as to Dr. Jessica Dreher, Director of Student Support Services, because at the beginning of this process, we looked at that dual capacity framework. You all have those resources in your abstract from when we first brought the proposal. This is really all about building up schools' capacity and families' capacity to that point. We have to do that. We have to do that together. I think that it's a very responsible approach. And so I wanted to mention that framework is there, as well as the people who made this possible. The very first meeting we had at the Equity Task Force really owed a lot to a very inclusive and expansive thought process that I think is going to yield fruit in the future.
All right.
So I know this is on for action. Mr. Atherton correctly pointed out we do have the policy reference to 4341 that would need to be removed temporarily. And I just wanted to sort of suggest a specific verbiage for that before somebody makes a motion, if we're ready for that.
Go ahead.
The reference currently is school personnel shall communicate with parents about student behavior issues in accordance with the requirements of policy 4341, parental involvement in student behavior issues, and about student attendance as described in policy 4400, school attendance. And I would suggest we just delete for now in accordance with the requirements of policy 4341. That phrase may be added back later if that policy is adopted.
Okay, can we go on? Do we have to repeat that again?
No, I
guess
think
that's-
it's clear from the minutes
Okay.
that then somebody could reference that and ask, and make a motion to adopt the policy as amended. And also, Mr. Atherton, on behalf of the policy committee, has requested a waiver of second reading.
To meet our.
To meet
legislative
statutory requirement to
requirements.
have a policy in place by
Like
January
January 1st.
2nd or 3rd, I think is.
And there's the other policy that I moved to this item too.
Yes.
Yes, we have another policy to take action on as well.
Yes.
For 1310, that would be the motion would be the deletion of the phrase that I have indicated and a waiver of second reading.
Do we have a motion to?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to approve policy 1320, the Title I Parent and Family Engagement for second reading.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Okay. Got it. Very confusing, but we got it. Okay. Dr. Green.
Okay. Back again and very excited. It's time to present our beginning teacher support program. You recall they were on the schedule of our last meeting here. And not only do we want to talk about, the work that's taking place in supporting our teachers, the work that's taking place in retaining our teachers, given their capacity, the collaboration they have with mentor and teacher, we want you to hear. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gammon, who oversees this program.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Good evening.
Good evening.
So as you can see, we have a wonderful team here this evening that we're excited to share this update about our Beginning Teacher Support Program. Did you know that teacher efficacy, and more specifically, collective teacher efficacy, has the largest effect size on student learning? This is according to John Hattie's work, which is a meta-analysis of a lot of thousands of research studies. It's an even higher effect size than factors like teacher-student relationships, home environment, or parental involvement. An educator who lacks efficacy or confidence is less likely to push students to try new methods or work through challenges. And when educators are confident in their ability, they are more likely to persist. They are more likely to work through difficulties and to be innovative in their practices. So knowing this, Orange County Schools has strived to build, as you can see on this slide, an instructional framework with teacher efficacy and retention in mind as its foundation. To build this sense of efficacy, we believe it's important to align the work of the Beginning Teacher Support Program to the Orange County Schools instructional framework, as well as our commitment to PLCs, so that beginning teacher support doesn't feel separate and apart from the work that's happening or the priority areas that we're ultimately working toward as a district, because we want our teachers to have long, successful careers in Orange County Schools. As you saw in the presentation that we provided in advance, there is quantitative and qualitative data that we are using to drive how we're supporting our beginning teachers and our mentors. The intentional alignment that we've pursued between our human capital division as well as our curriculum and instruction team, it's inspiring to have worked in Orange County Schools since 2016 and to see the way that those two divisions are working closely together is something that I did not experience prior to where we are now, and it's something that I'm truly grateful for, and I'm glad that you're going to hear from these folks shortly. We have three amazing leaders that are here this evening. Ms. Connie Bremer-Kaltz will be joining you in just a minute, as well as Ms. Rhonda Wood, who is our beginning teacher and mentor support coordinator. And I want to take this opportunity to thank you, the board, for your commitment to our beginning teachers and to our mentors, because through your action and previous approval of the beginning teacher and mentor support coordinator position, we've been able to really work through and sustain this work under Ms. Wood's leadership. So at this time, and not to, I don't want to miss, because they're going to announce you too, but Ms. Whitney Williams is also here. She is one of our lead mentors, and she's going to be sharing some of her amazing work that's happening. But at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bremer-Kaltz, and she's going to provide you an overview of the Beginning Teacher Support Program.
So good evening, Orange County Board of Education. It's a pleasure tonight to come talk to you about something that is near and dear to my heart, which is beginning teacher support. So in saying that, I just want to pause for a moment, and I want you to ask you to reflect on your first year of teaching, or if you're not a teacher, think of someone you know, or think of your child that was in the classroom of a first year teacher. I know when I think about my first year teaching, and I'm not going to say how long ago it was, but I think about words like overwhelmed, joyful, exhausted, excited, stressful, and rewarding. I can tell you, and I think a lot of us can attest, that there's not much more difficult than your first year teaching. But we also know, a little bit later on, that teaching is a journey. It takes time, it takes patience, and it takes confidence to reflect on your teaching practice and then begin to build upon the ability to reach all students. But there are ways that we as a district can help. So, I just want to say to you tonight that research shows one of the biggest factors in not only the success of beginning teachers, but retaining beginning teachers is effective mentorship. And so I'm excited to tell you about the collective efforts, because this is not the effort of one person or one department anymore. And so I'm really excited to talk to you about that. So just a little background knowledge. As you're aware, the state board policy does outline beginning teacher support, and that is for both traditionally licensed teachers and alternative licensed teachers. And according to policy, every public school unit must have an approved plan, and thank you for doing that a couple of meetings back. The plan must outline a 3-year induction period, evaluation requirements, and licensure requirements. The purpose of the beginning teacher support plan is to provide systematic, and I use that word in bold, I should bold that, systematic support to new teachers that aligns to 5 professional standards. And you can see the standards, and one thing I'll point out to you is that the standards don't not only apply to the induction and development of new teachers, but they also apply to the selection and development of the individuals who are working with those new teachers. So just a little bit of a recap. Last year we did come before the board and ask for some changes. We were able to, well, let me back up a little. Those changes were drastically needed as the population of our beginning teachers has changed drastically. We have about 40% of our beginning teachers at the time did not graduate from a teacher ed program, which is a game changer. So the board did approve the addition of the beginning teacher and mentor support coordinator, who is Ms. Rhonda Woods, and I cannot thank you enough for that. She's wonderful. So this position does provide oversight in the instructional implementation of programs for BTs by supporting not just BTs, but mentors, coaches, administrators, and others. The board also approved the addition of 20 lead mentors. If you remember, we had 80 plus, and that was really hard to manage. So we did, you approved the addition of 20 lead mentors with a larger stipend and with the condition that there would be more intense training. We also received additional funding for the North Carolina New Teacher Support Program. That program is used to provide intensive support for our beginning teachers that we know did not come through a traditional teacher ed program. So some successes and challenges. It's really important for us to continue to reflect on our successes, but also embrace our challenges. So every year we look at a host of both formal and informal data points, and we analyze those points to determine what changes are needed. Those data points are shared with lead mentors and administrators over the summer. So we just want to tell you about a few of those data points to kind of lead you to where we think our challenges are. So this, the first slide is the North Carolina Teacher Turnover Report, and it is disaggregated by beginning teachers. We do not have the official data for this year. We do have some raw data, and I will say it's looking positive, but I don't like to till the state puts it out. But the teacher turnover report looks at teachers that are on the payroll of March of one year, but not on the payroll of March of the following year. And you can see that if we look at our trends, we know that year 3 is where we start to drop off in the retention of beginning teachers. So I think you're going to see when we get that data some positive notes there. A little bit about the demographics of our BTs this year. We have 88 beginning teachers, and that's way up. It has continued to increase over the past 5 years. That accounts for 16% of our teaching population. 43 of these teachers are operating off of alternative license. So approximately half of our BTs did not come through a teacher ed program. I just want to note that that is double the slots that we have for the new teacher support program. So some additional data points we consider. In general, the secondary level has a higher number of beginning teachers, specifically with alternative license when we look at it by site. What we know about these employees is they're coming to us with little or no classroom experiences. If we look, in contrary, if you look at elementary ed, they have far greater numbers when we look at it by content area. However, what we know, these employees come with far greater classroom experience. And this year, 8 out of 14 of them previously served as TAs. So being able to hire alternative licensure is a game changer in many ways. It also is probably one of the factors in why our vacancy rates have been lower than some of our surrounding counties. So I'm just going to give you, for example, at the end of October, we had 21 classroom teacher vacancies. To give you a comparison, as of October 31st, there were 51 classroom teacher vacancies listed on our neighboring district to the south job board, and 30 of them were exceptional children. We currently have 1 exceptional children teacher vacancy. So that just gives you just a little bit of a comparison. Again, I'll go back to, we know that alternative licensure is a game changer, and we have to continue to provide support for those individuals to be successful. And that is not to say that we don't provide the same support for all BTs, but we particularly know those individuals need intensive support. So considering all the formal and informal data point, we continue to reflect and improve. And so over the summer, we did make some additional shifts. So I just want to tell you a little bit about our lead mentor population. We had 31 applicants this year. We do use the state criteria to choose those applicants, which is they must have their principal recommendation. They must be in good standing on the last 2-year summative evaluation, and they must have proven ability to mentor adults. Upon suggestions from these lead mentors, we did implement a sliding scale of payment for them that was more equitable. We looked at the number of BTs they served to determine their payment. And so some of our lead mentors may serve only 1 person, others may be serving up to 5. We also continue to support with the North Carolina New Teacher Support Program to provide intensive support for those who are coming to us through non-traditional routes. We have cohorts at Central, Orange High School, and Cedar Ridge, and we particularly chose those sites because they like to get the most bang for our money, so to speak, because when they go to those sites, they're serving 8 or so individuals when they go. So some challenges. Again, I've said 1, we don't have enough slots, right? We have to make some hard choices about who we serve. But another challenge that and let me also say that we have talked with the Director of Federal Programs to see if there are ways we can maximize our dollars for next year to get additional slots. Another challenge we have is that right now we have 22 individuals who need to pass 3 standardized state board tests. These are both in the elementary ed and the EC teacher population. These tests are not easy, and it is not unusual for people to struggle with them. There are specific preparation courses designed for both the reading and the math test, and we are looking for opportunities to offer those courses over the summer. We do have a trainer in district for math that I believe we've worked out, but we are still looking at finding a reading person. So again, our beginning teacher support does not lie or rest on one individual, rather it's a collective effort. One of the focuses for this year is to make sure that we are developing the skills and knowledge of those who are working with our BTs. So we have expanded our partnership with the North Carolina Teacher Support Program, and this was at no additional cost, but they have changed their service model to include working with our mentors and providing them support and professional development over the year. They also met with our administrators this summer and provided professional development for them. We continue to look forward to expanding that partnership. The North Carolina New Teacher Support Program is looking at, and I say this with great pride, they are interested in making Orange County Schools the model for other districts. So with that, they are looking at providing some services for us that would not be an additional cost, such as being able to provide substitutes for beginning teachers to go observe, some professional development during the summer. We're still working out the details of that, but we do look forward to continuing to grow that partnership with them. And saying that, I am now going to turn it over to Dr. Gaiman. That's not true. Sorry. To the wonderful Ms.
Thank you, Connie. And good afternoon, good night, whatever time it is. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come and talk to you about the great work that our mentors are doing, and that our beginning teachers are doing. It is one of my passions. I love watching our new teachers come in year one and then go in and see them again throughout their years of teaching. And then when they hit that year 3, it's like you've taught a great lesson and they've got it. So I am very excited and thankful to be able to have this opportunity. So as Dr. Gaiman showed you at the very beginning, we have our instructional framework for the district. And this past summer, we took that big, huge framework. Here's our expectations in Orange County, and we've chunked it into bite-sized pieces so that we could build that teacher efficacy in our new teachers. We selected different things throughout their first year that we hope that those things allow them to be successful, right, and to feel that success. And then year 2, we add on a different layer, and then year 3, we add on a different layer. So that when they get into that year 3, that turnover rate is not as intense as we've seen. With that focus, they have 3 months that they're working with their mentors, and they have side-by-side coaching. They have one-on-one, 1-on-6 meetings during the month, and then they get to go and watch their mentor. So they have that specific focus. They go watch their mentor do that specific focus, and then their mentor gets to come and watch them within that 3 months. And then within those 3 months, the focus may shift or it may stay the same depending on their needs. Beginning year, first year, or the first few months, August, and a little bit of September, beginning teachers 1, 2, and 3 all work on building that community. Right, because we need to get in, we need to get to know our students, and we get to build relationships before we can get to the content, because we have to have that rapport with our students. Along with their one-on-one, side-by-side monthly meetings, our administrators are also involved in that, so we have one administrative contact that's on campus, and they're holding meetings with all the beginning teachers. And this has been per feedback that you saw, the informal feedback that we received. They just needed that, right? Like that's their cohort, that's their, I still talk to the people that I taught with my first year, right? Those are my people that I go and still turn to. And so we wanted to build that collaboration, build that cohort, so that when I come in and I'm having struggles with a student, I can look around the room and these people are they're doing the same thing. Even our mentors would chime in and say, whoo, yeah, that happened to me too, right? And so it's a safe space, and they're building that capacity to know that I can come back tomorrow, I can do this. Our mentors also have a mentor log, as you saw in the items that were given to you prior to tonight. And within that mentor log, they are recording what they're doing with their beginning teacher. The beginning teachers have access, and then our administrators are also signing off on that. And they're identifying the specific area that they're working in with their beginning teacher, as well as linking in their learning walk document, right? And so everything is really streamlined. The vision was to help it be really streamlined, so that our mentors, who are also in front of students every day, know exactly what's happening and what's expected. And yeah. So we also also had some feedback from our beginning teachers as well as our mentors in the slides that were provided. We also have, Kelly Parks also sent us an email. The mentors that are on her campus were also the same mentors as last year, and they also had UNC coaches. And so the collaboration that they built and that they were able to build with both the UNC as well as these mentors was really strong. And so we talked to them a lot this summer to try to build and sustain our beginning teacher support structure. And so Kelly wanted to share some things that their beginning teachers stated that are going well in their room, in their school, as well as what their mentors shared. And I'll just read this. So my mentor teachers have been nothing but supportive and always in my corner. I've never felt like I've had to ask a dumb question with anyone because they are always so receptive to it and wanting to help me in everything that I'm doing. Everyone who has helped me has been nothing but amazing. Definitely one of the reasons I have stayed at this school. I mean, right? Okay, sorry. Couldn't do this without the support I have. The resources provided in the BT meetings have been so helpful, the ones that are on campus. I am thankful for the BT program to help guide and shape me into being a better teacher, but I'm most thankful for the partnership that I've had with my mentor last year. The program helped me remember to believe in my students and myself. Teacher efficacy there. To ask questions, always be open to feedback, whether it's negative or positive, and be consistent. I've had really great mentors and have really received help in anything whenever it was needed. Mentors, coaches, and my team were very supportive. They guided me through many situations and new things I was trying to understand. So those are BTs, here's the mentors. Last year and this year, Anna and Chris created a list of all the areas of need that we BT teachers have throughout the year and created a Google Slide document to highlight those. During our twice a month meeting, we go over different areas, really focused on data and planning and work in small groups or one-on-one. We share our planning models and methods and give them those resources to use as their own. We share the different programs that we use in the classroom and have been successful. As the BTs need, we set up individual weekly meetings to go over plans, strategies, so that they can help and support them as well. Our doors are always open for them to watch us teach, ask questions, cry, or anything else that they need. And then Kelly added that we retained all beginning teachers and they have made dramatic gains in their own professional growth and practice and growing with our students. Additionally, we have invited new teachers to Eflin to the beginning teacher meetings. So not only is it just first year teachers, but anybody that's new on campus, which is also super important. It's helped us continue to build strong teams and increase colleague mentorship relationships with our new Rockstar staff. So thank you, Kelly, if you're watching. And now I'm going to turn it over to another Rockstar mentor. This is Whitney Williams from the #1 School of America.
Yeah, thank you for that introduction. I was going to make sure I put that in there. But yes, I'm Whitney Williams. I teach 2nd grade at Grady Brown, better known as the #1 school in America. This is my 12th year teaching. I completed my student teaching at Grady Brown and have been there ever since. So it's been really special to be a part of the BT program myself and now be on the mentor side of it. I've been a mentor in Orange County Schools for the past 6 years. So the last 2 years, that lead mentor model that we've moved towards. And the biggest change that I've seen in those 2 different models is just the community that I've been able to facilitate and foster among our 5 or 6 BTs at Grady Brown over the last 2 years. So as they've mentioned, a big part of it is just creating community for them. I think that that's the key to longevity in the classroom. I know for me, that community and that collaboration and that support is what's kept me at Grady Brown for 12 years and what I hope that they feel when they come into our building and come into our classroom. So I can't thank you enough for your support. There's been a huge shift in the support that mentors have as well. In the last 2 years, I've received great training. UNC has office hours that we can go to if we ever need to problem solve as mentors. So it's not only a very supportive program for the beginning teachers, but also the mentors. So it's been a great experience, and I appreciate it.
All right, so I think the last thing that we had is, thank you, Kelly Parks, thank you. And what questions might you have for us?
Ms. Howard? I have several. This is great. Thank you, and thank you for what you're doing, and this is great. First, a basic question on the UNC mentors. These are professors? Are these professors?
These are coaches that are within, so they taught high school. One has actually been an administrator before, and then they go into this program to go to different schools throughout the.
And so the question there is, are they assigned to a school? So do they go year to year back to the same schools? And do they build relationships with the schools?
So this year, we've made it to where there is a cohort, so that they could also build that capacity within and among their teachers. They have been at Orange for the past 2 years, and I can let Connie speak to the years prior to me coming, and as well as Cedar Ridge.
So I would say traditionally over the past several years, they've been at the high school level. And that has been intentional because at the high school level, you have more singular content area folks, whereas at the elementary school, really, most of our BTs are classroom teachers. So, and to revisit your question, they're all hired as coaches. They all go through an intensive training to be a coach, and they work, they're assigned to different districts. So it depends on the number also. So this year we have 3 coaches, I think, assigned to us. Just two. Last year we had 3. So it depends on the numbers because they will try to serve in the content area that they are expert in if they can.
So it's not a committed relationship where they send us back the same coaches every year?
No, we have the same coaches. They're not necessarily assigned to the same people depending, like if they leave or if there's some transition or whatever. So it may be a different person, but we do have the same coaches.
Great. I have other questions, but I'll let it go around.
I just want to say thank you. This is such an important program. I'm so glad you've been leading it, Connie, and I've returned to the classroom myself. I'm coming up my first year back after 20 years away, and having the mentor relationship and all these supports is really important. And I have to say, I think it's more robust in Orange County schools than it is in the district where I'm teaching right now, as I'm hearing some of the processes that you have in place. It's really awesome, and it really does matter. I like what you said, Dr. Gammon, about like the teacher efficacy going hand in hand with confidence, and continuing to approach challenges and having those tools and relationships. So, love what you're doing, and thank you for building up our teachers.
And I will say who is not here, but I have to give a huge shout out as our coaches, because our instructional coaches spend a lot of time. And if you when we did the beginning teacher of the year interviews, that was evident, because every candidate talked about how not only their mentor, their principal, but they're the instructional coach, and was such a great support for them. So.
I would like to say congratulations on being possibly a model for the state. That is awesome. And just goes to show your hard work that you put in, all of you have put into this, and that's phenomenal. And thinking back on my first year of teaching, I could have used some of y'all. Way back. Ms. Smiley.
Me too. So thank you all very much. I love that you've moved from this model of 80 mentors to let's find a few incredible teachers and help them build their capacity and sort of focus it a little bit more so that they can develop and the beginning teachers can develop. Just appreciate that. And I guess I'm curious from Ms. Williams, actually, I know you're a great teacher yourself. I imagine you are involved in many things in the school and this as well. How do you sort of handle all of the things that you're trying to do besides sort of leading your own classroom?
It's a great question, and a personal struggle of mine to say no to some things and prioritize others. But this has definitely been a priority of mine, so I cut some other things off my plate once I knew that I was gonna have 5 mentors, or I had 6 last year, versus just a one-on-one relationship, because it is, a little bit of a heavier load, and you wanna, make sure that you're having equal support for all of those. But that's where I think the monthly meetings really, they've created such a community among themselves, which is something that I didn't have just because of the numbers of BTs at Grady Brown at the time too. But I think that, the brainstorming and the collaboration that goes on among the 5 of them, even myself aside, is really powerful because, like us facilitating it, but then they kind of move it forward together. So I think those relationships are part of the beauty of it as well.
Mr. Atherton?
I just want to first thank y'all. Without y'all's leadership and bringing it to us to understand the needs and us to be able to support you, we wouldn't be where we are, so thank you. One of the things that, came to my mind about as y'all were presenting this is, this would be a wonderful opportunity to present at the North Carolina School Boards Association as one of the leading items. We have a lot of districts that go in, and I think this is very unique and would be well received at that. One of the questions I had was, we talked about, or y'all talked about the grow your own and how important it is, and a big fan always have been. I'm curious of how many have we gotten through high school, actually giving out contracts, right? We do that every year, and, I'm curious, I haven't heard of that result coming back because they would immediately come in as a beginning teacher. Do you know about how many we've had that have actually come back through that program?
So I would probably have to check those numbers. I know there were 2 this year.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That came through, and sometimes, we try to place them early because we have to also look at what their certifications areas are. Probably the most successful way that we have been able to grow teachers is through our TA population.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the EC alone is amazing given the market and the lack of people going through that right now. So it's just amazing. Thank you all so much.
Ms. Hauser?
Yeah, so, I have a question about capacity. So as we've expanded, obviously the number of BTs and alternative licensures has expanded tremendously. And do we have the resources and enough mentors to cover? And by the way, we heard some really cool things from the principals about some ways they're using people in cohorts themselves. Anyway, do we have the capacity?
So I will say, in terms of our lead mentors, when we don't get the applications that we need, we recruit. So sometimes we need to match, their certification area by state law to our BTs. So there are some opportunities when we have to go and recruit, but people are always receptive for that. So from that end, the one area that I think we lack the capacity in is if in the future, and again, the North Carolina New Teacher Support Program can facilitate it in the middle of the year. But in the future, if there were more slots, I think that would be hugely helpful to our program because we're making some hard choices. And, if we have 44, they all, probably 30 of them are first year and then, or second year and are not in a residency program yet. So if there was the capacity to do more slots in the future, I think that, and it would particularly benefit our PC teachers, to be honest.
So if you're asking if we need funding to make that happen, yes.
So the question is how much, do you have an idea? Because how much are we spending? How much is the state funding for this?
I believe it's about $46,000 a year. It's definitely under 50, and it's $2,400 a spot. So, I can bring, that's something I can take that have the budget committee or the appropriate channels, but
I would use fund balance for this, so that would be mine.
to be
But I
clear
would
though,
like
they
to-
don't have the capacity to do that this year. It would have to be a planning issue.
So we don't have the people to do it.
No, ma'am.
So it's not a fun money issue now, it's a people issue.
Right, it will be.
Okay, that's a tougher problem. We can't solve that one, you can solve, you may be able to solve that one, we can't.
All right, any other questions? Comments? Thank y'all, and I'm sorry we had to put you off a couple of weeks ago and you sat there for so long, but, it was well worth the wait for us, so.
Unfortunately, we weren't able to have them get a teacher.
Yeah.
Right.
And she was actually a TA who is now going to school as, to be a teacher.
That's right.
At Grant.
Thank you.
All right, thank y'all very much.
Thank y'all.
Okay. We move into ORED. Mr. Foster again.
Yes, good evening again. We have some previous monitors.
Ryan, is that on your computer?
No, I'm
That's
seeing
the
Wayne
biggie.
Foster's screen.
Let's do it. That's the
No,
biggie.
that's great.
Oh, that's a recipe.
And now for a brief interlude for you recipe folks.
There we go.
To raise more money, we're gonna have a bake sale.
All right, I think we're good. Yeah, we're gonna move. Yeah, okay, all right. All right, as we continue to navigate reassignment, tonight we have from Oregon, Thomas Dudley and Brian Godfrey, who will talk through and present draft 3 maps, as well as discuss the data associated with those maps as well. So I'll turn things over to Thomas. All right, maybe you have to navigate that way.
Is it okay if I'm just screen?
Is it not? Oh, all right. Thank you. Yep.
Chair Purcell, other members of the board, it's my pleasure to be joining you again this evening to present what is the third draft of your assignment plan. We'll begin by reviewing the 4 pillars of reassignment. This is your policy 4150, which is, of course, the guiding force behind your assignment plan. And this is comprised of student achievement, stability, proximity, and operational efficiency. As a quick note here, we're also including a slide from the last meeting presenting a brief explanation of the differences between the types of capacities that are used in our models to reflect the number of seats at each of your schools. We wanted to include this. If there are any questions or for future reference, these are here for comparison purposes. Next, I'll be briefly outlining several of the slides that you've seen before as part of both draft 1 and draft 2. What I'll acknowledge as part of this first slide here, and again, this is just for reference, and the slide that you saw first in October, is to speak briefly to the symbology. So the blue lines that you see on this map are the current attendance zones. And then the background colors, the solid fill, that is the actual proposed boundaries under this draft 1. With that, we have the similar format as to what you've seen before, where the summary statistics, the summary information is provided on the slides after the maps. That was draft 1. Incorporating draft 1's feedback, we created draft 2, which has several modifications, including Churton Grove going to pathways and the removal of a couple of satellites as well. Of course, here's the summary information for that, which you've seen before. And looking at this scenario here and what we saw last time, the major feedback
one of the major feedback items that we received is that not all of the utilizations, or excuse me, the adjusted utilizations are below 100% for these schools. And that would be the column, the second column from the right, looking at the adjusted utilizations there. You can see several schools are beyond that 100%. We're looking at Central, New Hope, and Pathways to be specific. So with that feedback in mind, we went back to the drawing board and created what we're calling draft 3. The differences here compared with draft 2, there is not as many students moved from Sheridan Grove going to Pathways being reassigned. There are not as many Athlone Cheek students being reassigned to Central, and what this does is it balances the utilization between separately schools. To show the summary statistics going along with this, I'll move to the next slide. And I'll bring attention again to that second from the far right column, looking at the scenario adjusted utilization, where they're all below 100%. And I'd like to also note that the differences, the larger gaps that you see there under 100%, looking at Athlone Cheeks, then also at River Park, those extra seats were allocated there as an intentional planning for growth in the future. So you have Athlone Cheeks and the growth in Mebane, and then as part of the scenario, you have Collins Ridge being assigned to River Park. Again, that was intentional. If there are no questions, I'll move on to the high school, but I did want to pause there and ask if there are questions.
Mr. Atherton?
How did we get a scenario that breaks up a neighborhood when we said that was not something we were going to do?
Looking at your board policy is what was used to derive these scenarios. Absolutely 100% that what we outlined there, or what we drew from, was those policies. And that goes from the beginning of the process to now. That's the best guidance, and what our organization does is we try to take board priorities and create from that, bring those to life with scenario maps.
So we brought together guiding principles around not doing that.
Yeah,
Ms.
just, I mean, a comment on that is, I mean, I don't like the idea of splitting up neighborhoods, and this is not a comment on this particular recommendation at all, just to be clear. But the actual policy language says it would minimize splitting neighborhoods. It doesn't say, like, black and white, that we won't do it.
When we as a board discussed it, we said we would not do it. And there was only one board member that said they had concerns with it. But I'll just say, I'm not gonna vote to split a neighborhood. But the other comment I had is, when we all got into individual meetings as groups of board members, one of the requests I know that came out of my group that was sitting there was the proximity as in, hey, show us what it would be if you just did proximity, so we could have some comparisons to understand what does that do to the makeup of the school, what does that do to transportation, so we could compare, at least have a comparison to do that. And I was surprised that it's still in the appendix, and I was surprised that the numbers weren't adjusted, because anything that shows over capacity, I don't know how we could compare them, right? So as an individual board member, I was expecting to see that one shifted down with the adjustments that we requested, so the proximity model wouldn't show overcapacity as well.
Certainly. So to that second point, I would certainly classify that as a miscommunication between the expectations about edits for that proximity scenario that was presented last time in the appendix. Would it be helpful for me to scroll down and sort of talk through that scenario now while we're discussing the elementary level?
Yeah, we can. My main comment was, I know that when you look at the percentages, as we saw on the other one, there's 2 that's over. So it really isn't a great comparison because of that, but that was really my comment is, my expectation is we're gonna get that back in the top scenarios with the percentages that adjusted, so at least we can have some comparisons on the transportation, demographics, results, et cetera.
I see exactly what you mean. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hazard?
Yeah, I wanted to really thank you for doing the adjusted capacity, which I think is the corrected capacity. But even your report says that with the adjusted capacity, that we'll have schools that'll be over capacity within a few years. And down the road tonight, the county commissioners are having a conversation about building a new school in Mebane. And that decision hasn't been made yet, it hasn't been made by our board, but it's very much on the table. And with the capacity challenges, it raises the priority. And so if we decided to build a new school in Mebane, what would happen to this model?
Yeah, wholesale changes, absolutely.
Be completely different.
It would be, yes.
Okay.
Ms. Molly?
To the point on splitting up neighborhoods, which I think we should avoid doing at all whenever possible. Another neighborhood I want to note that's split up on draft 3 is the Fairview neighborhood, which currently on this map is sort of partially going to Pathways and partially to River Park. And I think that's not, and there may be others as well, like that was one that stood out to me.
Somebody mentioned Fox Hill as well.
Oh yes, I did actually see the Fox Hill, is that
Yeah.
what it's called, Fox Hill, that one of those lines, it looked like it cut through that neighborhood as well. So, to whatever extent that helps with balancing capacities within schools or whatever, I wanted to note that those two are neighborhoods that are currently split up as well.
Any other questions?
Did you look at models that took pressure off New Hope? Because New Hope also is having, did you look at models? Did you look at that at all?
As part of this draft 3, there is, if you refer to the far southeastern part of the River Park attendance zone, there is a redistricting where River Park assists New Hope as Pathways is assisting River Park.
Ms. Dorr?
Thank you for making these continued revisions and kind of touching a little bit on what Dr. Merrill said, bringing a couple things together. But I know we got to the looking at the Churton Grove part, or your team did, because originally you had Collins Ridge getting targeted for Pathways. And a number of us raised problems with that because there was a traffic issue because it's south of town and then they're driving way north of town. So, I mean, I think again that this speaks to, this is a complex process and we have to have that earlier input. As Dr. Merrill mentioned, we didn't achieve this time because these are the types of problems that I think, community members can identify at an earlier end. So that we avoid some of these, like getting ourselves in some of these spots. Although I do think it's also overall tricky because, there are other parts of town that also could get split up that aren't a quote neighborhood. Like I think we have to be careful about
Using the word neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, who else gets affected? Like people are going to be affected, and so it's just tricky. There's a lot of nuance we have to consider, and so again, I just think we need that earlier community input to foresee those problems as drafts are being developed, which is a lot of work because it's there's busing, there's our number one priority is balancing student achievement, which is what we're trying to achieve, as well as solve some of our capacity issues. And then to Bonnie's point, we're also looking at some major capital investments. So there's a lot going on, but we do have to do this, but we have to do it well. And I think we just need earlier input to do better.
I'll just throw into the factors that we also have an interim superintendent, and so we're hiring a superintendent. And as a board, we have not really looked at the service levels and the disparities across our schools, which is a whole nother level, which I think is prerequisite to looking at. So, there's the achievement part, which looks at the student part, but the disparities looks at our role, what's our responsibility in providing equitable services across our schools.
Mr. Ashton?
I think it's also going to be important as we go through this for options that the board doesn't think should be looked at, like the satellite, right? I mean, I think it was very clear that I didn't get the sense anybody like that on the board was the satellite. So we shouldn't be showing that going forward.
Right.
And then any of them that have the overcapacity, we shouldn't show them, because a lot of the questions I got was, why would you do this if it's gonna be overcapacity,
Yeah.
right? So.
And that's a good question.
Right, and, yeah, exactly. So I think as we go through this, we should start moving these to backup or prior or something to indicate to the community, these aren't things that are being considered. I mean, we know that, but it's not getting communicated as just the presentation is being shared. So I think it's important when people look at it that they know, is it a option or is it multiple options? And then here are things that were looked at in the past and they were changed because of all the number of complexities that we're looking at. And I think that will help minimize, some of the community, concerns. And then also as it goes through the committees, they'll know what they're looking at. These are ones that we should consider. These were ones that weren't, and maybe here's why: overcapacity or satellite transportation and issues like that.
Anyone else?
I just wanna, I like Dr. Merrill's opening comments about delaying this. And I'm not sure, and I actually think we have some decisions that we have to make as a board, because we can go around in circles and keep doing maps, but until we make a decision about a school, and until, that's probably the most important one. But some others, I don't know how, we could, you'll run models all day, but I just wonder if we should put a pin in this and put a pause in it until we make that decision, and then once we make that decision. Let me just put on the back end of this, if we're looking at doing this for 25, 26, we have time to, there's no magic about March. Certainly, we have time to get this done.
I think we have to look at getting the capacity right in our schools before we decide whether we need another school or not. Because we've got schools right now that far under capacity, and we need to see what the whole big picture looks like.
Right, so I thought in
My
the
estimation.
scenario 3, it says that if you balance out the schools, we're still pretty close to capacity. That's how I read, or, my favorite line in your very long and elaborate report was that if the adjusted capacity is used, or the corrected capacity, the district will appear to be over capacity at many schools within a few years. So that's my,
But we also have to take into consideration the county, because we can't just go build a school. And so we have to have that conversation with the county and get their blessing and input.
Exactly, and they're having their conversation, right? So yes, that's exactly right, so that's why we have to make, but that decision looks like we can make that within a couple of months, at least, whether or not we want to do it. And then, of course, the bond has to go forward and the other things.
Yeah, I just wanna say, building a school, we have to find land, we have to find ones that have infrastructure, and it has to be available. We have to have the bond approved. And we also, in there, have to figure out how to do the funding, because we stay with the current allocations. It's not like all of a sudden we have 10% more kids, which means all of the specials that we have that are beyond the standard, we have to fund that. Plus, we have to fund all of the materials in the school as well. So there's a lot of items. I'm not saying we don't do any of that. I'm just saying it's a huge thing we're going to have to bite off as we go through this. And it's gonna be a long process, is all I'm getting at, is we've gotta figure out, if we do this, how much funding gets allocated aside to do that at some point. So I just think of this as the enterprise and, lots of steps to go through that.
So what are you suggesting in terms of timetable?
I
To
was-
get that done? Let's assume the county says, go ahead, we're gonna put a bond on the ballot, go ahead, we're gonna support you if you want to build another school, the numbers support it.
We would start having to do estimates, we'd have to go get.
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand the
I don't.
steps. The question is,
I mean,
could
we
that
would have to.
happen in
first of all,
In
we
6
need to
months?
know how much that bond is going to be, because we all know that when we have a bond in Orange County, it is split with Chapel Hill, and they get more than we get.
The starting number is 130 million, and in a couple of weeks, they're gonna talk about whether it's gonna be higher.
But if it's $130 million bond, what are we gonna get? 65% of that, or 60 or $60 million of that? That's a question I have, is what kind of school are we gonna build for $60 million now?
And is that the top priority with that limited amount of money?
Well, again, so I'm not saying, don't wanna debate it tonight, I guess the question is that we need to have that conversation as a board, and it seems to me that we should decide what we're interested in doing and what's best for our students before we make, and we can keep going, especially if we give ourselves another year, we have time to make a decision and look at all those things.
Ms. Mount?
I'll just say, I don't think that we can wait on doing a round of reassignment for the new building, so I'm not in favor of that. I do like the recommendation from Dr. Merrill to, commit to doing this on a timeline like March, or, something like that, where we have a timeline to get quality input from people, because thank you for acknowledging, I think that was a real, miss in this process. And some quality maps, and then get it done for the following year. Frankly, we're gonna have a new superintendent coming in, and I don't want the very first big thing they do to be like a if it's on that timeline and they're just coming in, this is a process we're managing, we're holding the ball and making the decisions, and owning that, so that, the beginning of their tenure is not, that's everybody's first impression, is some reassignment decisions, so.
So just to clarify what you're saying, are you saying that we should have the redistricting buttoned up before the new superintendent comes on?
Not literally when they start, but I think we should be well on our way to, we've started with some maps, we need to have a process where the maps get evolved through rounds of feedback, the process that we're intended to do, and just sort of commit to making a decision, right? And that new superintendent isn't gonna come in and say, I'm gonna shift all this thing, we've been the ones sort of holding the ball on it, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I just don't.
I like Dr. Merrill's idea to get it in place, and then we've got a year, and we can look at it. By that time, we're gonna know what the county's gonna be saying towards, possibly a new school, whether they do or they don't. I think that's up for grabs right now. I'm not gonna second guess the Board of County Commissioners. That's not for us to do. But I do know that we've got students that are in overcapacity schools right now. And I feel like we need to have a plan for those children, and we need to continue with working with the maps and looking at what we can do, not being disruptive to neighborhoods as much as we can, and getting a plan in place to get these schools a little bit more even keeled. Just my thought. Yes, Bob?
Yeah, I just wonder if there's a hybrid solution here, because what I don't wanna see happen, I don't wanna move kids twice. So if we decide to build a new school, and that happens in a relatively reasonable time period, the maps will change. Now, and I'm not sure how to attack that, so I don't wanna move kids twice, because it's gonna be a very different redistricting model if we end up building another school. So that's my concern.
Well, when you look at the time it takes to build a school, even if we got permission to do that, or got the money to do that, it wouldn't start for another year or year and a half, maybe 2 years. And then it's gonna take, how long does it take to build a school, Dr. Merrill?
2 years.
2 years. It takes another 2 to 2.5 years to build a school. And so we're still sitting here with children that are in buildings that are over capacity. And that not only affects learning, it's a safety issue at some point in time.
Right, so I agree, but the question is, if we're gonna build a new school, will we move them around differently? Can we move them around in a way that progresses towards the future model, rather than, it feels like what's the word? Whiplash. I don't wanna whiplash the kids and move them to one way, and then we build another school, we move them back. So that's my concern.
Well,
And-
that's one of the great things about waiting till 25, I think, is that we may have some answers by the county by that time, I hope, as to what we might possibly do. So that would be, we have a plan if we have to go back and adjust, or
So you're
maybe
saying baseline
possibly.
it based on where we are now, and then change it
If
again
if there's some major change, then maybe possibly. I'm not saying that's what we would do. I'm just saying it gives us a little time.
Okay.
Mr. Atherton?
Yeah, one change that's coming is the redistricting policy, right, that says we want to review it every year versus waiting 8 or 9 years and then trying to do it. So that's one of the key things, is not causing it. Because what really put us in a strange situation, even with the high school, is all this spot reassignments, and now we have transportation issues and struggling with that. So I think that would align with what you're saying, Ann, is that there was a change at beyond done, of course.
I have, and then the other concern I have that I think is gonna take a little time is looking at the service disparities across the school, and how do we correct that before we redistrict? Because we know that parents have raised concerns about assuring that when they go to a new school, that their children get the services that they used to.
And that, I think, is a budget committee and an administration question about resource allocation from the there's a resource allocation piece, and some of the service disparities that I think you're referencing that you have brought up before are, these schools both have an AIG teacher, and this one is choosing to this school is choosing to leverage that person by providing AIG services 2 days a week, and then if you're for half an hour, and over at this school, they're getting service for 1 day a week for 45 minutes. Like disparities in how principals are using staff time, which is a whole nother philosophical choice about to what role the board should be involved in that. But I think it's
I'm looking at bigger issues. That's an example that we use, but we know that there's disparities in teacher turnover and retention and absentee. There's real disparities in terms of across our schools in more than AIG, and we have to, I think it's something we have to look at.
Ms. Dole?
Yeah, I hope we can, as we communicate, bridge what we did well and then where we need to continue. We did some good front end work where we had board priorities, we had surveying done through the end of last school year, we were good in that, to that point. And then one thing that did come out this fall was the corrections to our SAFO school, capacity are adjusted. So that was, a headache or a hurdle, but we did that, so we need to connect what we've done well. And if we're gonna have, in the first few months of spring, reconstituted committees, we need to have early communication, multiple languages, we need to know who wants to do it. I mean, we're gonna all be swept away by a holiday season. So, we have to have that in, with robust language access, and pursue the people who are interested so that we can have, several successful months of that, because otherwise it's not gonna be in January. It's gonna be hard to get broad representation, in the next 2 weeks before the holidays. So, but we have done something successfully. Some things have been done to a good point of completion, and I think we need to make connections to that point and then be clear about where we're picking up. So.
I think so too. Mr. Atherton?
Yeah, I just like to add on to what Gary's saying is some of the things we use all the time, like SAFO, has no meaning beyond this room. And why are you making corrections to SAFO? What does it mean? What's wrong with it? So I think we just have to communicate those kind of things so people understand what they're reading. Because a lot of questions I had was, well, why is SAFO wrong? What, you know, oh, they don't look at self-contained classes, they don't count pre-K, and you know, those kind of things where it's very obvious to us in day-to-day conversations, but outside of this room it isn't. I think it's important to try to capture those and help people understand those.
The clear language of they're appropriately adjusted for preschool classrooms and self-contained EC classrooms and protecting special space, you know, just say what it means rather than the link of SAFO jargon.
And I will
acronym.
Yeah.
just compliment ORED and Mr. Foster for actually making those adjustments and actually putting it in English in the report, that those corrections have been made, and I really greatly and it really made a difference in how our available capacity looks. I have one more question for you. There was a time where we talked about getting information about what zones, where are we losing students to charters? And I don't know if you have access to that, because that's another question that we have. Why are we losing students, and are there specific schools that are losing them? And then there's the charters, and I wondered if you have any way to estimate how many students we're losing to private school or to homeschool. It doesn't have to be precise, but some kind of estimate.
What I'll start with there is talking about private school data. We received basically no information on private school enrollments until a year or two after the school year where those students have been enrolled. Homeschool, just barely more information than that. There are some things that we can do though with charter students. Thinking specifically on the western side of the district, I know it's been a couple of years, but I have worked with ABSS. And I know there may be some movement over on the eastern side of that district as far as charter schools are concerned. So let me look into that.
Okay. And also for us, it would be helpful to know HES, which is a non-districted school, where are their students coming from?
And that is information that we have, and with staff, we can prepare a heat map or some similar.
That'd be great.
Okay, great.
That would be helpful for us for planning.
I just wanted to say that we get a bill from every charter school with the address of every student, and it has to be verified by our finance department prior to being paid. So we have that data, so we know exactly where they're coming from.
Can I make a motion to extend the meeting?
What we were getting ready to do.
By how many minutes?
Well,
How many minutes?
I need to know what Dr. Merrill found out.
Yeah.
The mathematics is optional. There are no deadlines in there that must be met. They can be rescheduled.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if we could
So I will
just have the conversation
Finishing
about
this
partnerships,
conversation.
finish this in
Yes,
partnership.
I would like to have
All right,
that.
so I'm gonna move to extend the meeting by 20 minutes.
Second.
That's it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So are we allowed to vote on this tonight, because it's a work item, or do we have to move it to a later meeting to?
It's just a work session item tonight as far as I'm.
So do we need to make an official action by the board that we're gonna delay this, because there's a lot of families that are pretty concerned.
Dr. Merrill had said that that was one of his one of his board recommendations.
Yes, but I think he was planning to.
Taking formal action.
Dr. Merrill, did you want us to vote tonight on delaying this, or were you coming back at a different?
No, before this month's over, we've got a committee, and I was toying with adding a special meeting at the end of the Finance Budget Committee for like a 10-minute board meeting, just to approve. I just wanted to give you time to sit on this for a week or 10 days. And maybe I can work on a resolution that summarizes my comments, and that would be action, and then maybe any business that we've got in the Finance Committee could be approved by the board in that 10-minute meeting on the night of the 13th. So that's where we could come back to it. So don't need any action on this. I mean, you got plenty to think about, so.
Okay, is that suitable? Okay.
So there was a motion, I think, on the floor to extend for 20 minutes?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was seconded
It was-
by Ms. Doyle?
I think it was all voted on.
Ms. Smiley and Ms. Doyle. Did you catch a
So
vote?
that's a
on the
yes on
motion?
the, because that
I
would
don't
be
think it was
regardless of
voted.
how the model goes, it
All
would
in
really be.
favor?
Aye.
Is that something that we can ask them for the charter school and the estimate of homeschool, private schools? Because regardless of where we go with the models, that information would be valuable to us.
I think we can probably get Dr. Merrill and Mr. Foster to get that
Okay.
information to them.
Great.
I just
We
wanted to
can
be,
move on.
I wanted to be clear what we're asking ORED to do next for everybody.
Yeah, so two quick things. That's very important, obviously, going back to Mr. Allen, when you talked about maps that are posted. All right, obviously, we're being transparent, allowing the maps to be shown, but I guess creating language that indicates that these are maps that we're considering.
Right.
But I think what's important, and going back to Ms. Doyle's point about, well, we need maps to get feedback from, all right? So if we're saying no, in the spaces of get this tweaked, why are we getting that feedback, right? So I think it's important that moving forward, the next set that we get, all right, that board is clear, that when we bring these back, we can begin to get legitimate feedback from our stakeholders, from that space. So on the table right now, we have obviously, want to avoid splitting up the neighborhoods that was put on the table, okay? As well, in terms of the next set of maps that we're looking for. Did you want to add anything about
Proximity
the proximity?
version without the overcapacity.
The
numbers.
overcapacity, all right, so that will be
For
a separate
comparison,
map, that will
yes.
be an appendix, okay, as well.
It's not gonna be in the appendix, or,
You said you wanted to make that a map, correct?
Yes,
Meaning number
yes,
4 or number
yes,
5.
correct.
Whatever the case is.
Correct.
Okay. So we'll create that space too.
and my other recommendation was not to remove those maps permanently, but they could be in like a prior viewed or
Yeah, we'll create
discussed,
language.
so they know that these are here,
Correct.
but they're not ones that are being considered, because like I said, I think I've heard from so many people about the satellite one, and I was like, I don't think that's actually being considered, but.
Right, I think it's safe to say that when folks go in and look at that it says, we'll create language that's not been considered. But I don't want to be sure that we have new maps that are being created next,
Yeah.
that, from feedback from today.
Ms. Smiley?
That's what we want to get feedback on ultimately moving forward.
I have one other request, which was in an appendix, the elementary to middle school feeder patterns, the current and draft 3. So if we're just talking about draft 3 here, and I realize this apparently exists at Pathways right now, but at Pathways, 98.8% of students go to Orange Middle and 1.2% go to Gravelly Hill. And gosh, I would love to not have, the schools where it's like 30, 60, 35, 65 is fine. Like 1% of students going someplace else, I'd love to avoid that. So when we develop various iterations, also taking that into consideration as you're drawing boundaries. Or, like, redrawing the middle school now. I mean, either way, as long as,
And I would like the information on where we're losing students. And where we're losing students to charters, if we can estimate the privates and homeschools, but also where are HES students?
To clarify previous points, the HES students, we have that data, we can create a map immediately. The charter will be a separate request to your finance department.
Okay.
Okay.
That I will take care of, and then Matt, but yes.
Okay. Anything else on this?
Want to get that clarity?
Thank you, Mr. Foster, for all your work.
Thank you.
Okay, partnership, Mr. Williams, you're back.
I am. So it's actually not just me. This has been a collaborative effort by just about every department in our school system. We were meeting and having a conversation. I just kind of looked around. I said, out of all the work we've done this time, of course, of being here, it's phenomenal to see every department come together to do this work. So we have finance that's played a huge part with not only just the funds, but also child nutrition. maintenance, Hank, I think we're like best friends now, we talk all the time. Our technology department, Mr. Smith, Mr. Foster, it has been this car has been a completely collaborative effort. The idea comes from just walking into partnership and seeing that our students are struggling to find space, our staff are struggling to engage our students in a more effective manner, to provide them space, and then I go over to the Welcome Center. Tons of space, tons of people opportunity. To the point where a staff member once said, so I guess we have to leave the Hyatt to go to a shack. And if that is what we present as a staff for our students, we're dead wrong. So we had an issue. I came in one day, talked to Dr. Merrill, I was fussing because we don't have a place to send middle school students if they do need that, alternative setting. Dr. Merrill, in his beautiful bedside manner, looked at me and kind of said, well, what you gonna do? And I said, well, I have an idea. I ran the idea a couple times. Can we make a switch? He looked at his clock like, hurry up. Got it. And so we gathered a team together. So tonight we're coming before you to discuss moving partnership over to Welcome Center and moving our folks from the Welcome Center over to partnership. I think it's been a long time coming in. Sam Cooke said change has come. So we would like to move forward with that. The initial project has partnership going into building 2, which is where the gym is. That requires a little bit less work, and Hank will definitely be the one to kind of speak more to that. And then eventually moving into building 1 when that work is done. What this does, it gives us a high school and a middle school option. It gives us opportunity for expansion, all of partnership. Best friend?
Just so y'all know, when the Welcome Center was bought, it was bought with the understanding it was gonna be partnership. And then all of a sudden, we had to get people out of buildings and in a central place because the buildings were needing the rooms that the central office people were in.
Sure.
And so that's why they ended up over there.
And we're back full circle.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as the maintenance of the building goes, since it hasn't really been in use the last few years, it needs some work, and it really needed work when it was bought too. That's pretty much the same thing as what it was bought, because nobody's used it for other than storage. Some flooring work is set to begin this Wednesday. Painters started today to paint all the classrooms and hallways and bathrooms. Those are the 2 big things. There's plumbing work. Lighting upgrades took place over Thanksgiving to bring those up to our standards, our new standards with LED bulbs and brighter classrooms, because they were suffering over there. So that's for getting us to January. That's our goal, to get us moved in for that. Then there will be design work to be done to get building 1 back to school use. It got changed occupancy-wise to offices, which is not as strenuous as school standards in building, and that's gonna require some design to change some of that stuff back, so.
But it can be done.
It can be done. Yep.
Good. Mr. Adams?
I am glad this is finally happening. I do want to put in some additional information around this. When I started on the board, this came up, and the proposal came to rip up that gym and make it a factory or welding. And I don't know there's a bigger CTE fan than me. And I said, no way, that should be the partnership. And those students have an inside area where they can go and be active when it's cold, hot, raining, whichever, or have an actual field to go in, because all they have right now is a parking lot. Also, my understanding is we're gonna address the food, so they're not eating middle school sized portions, that they'll get high school. I hope also through this, we look at the outside playground area and remove that and put out some, and make sure they get equipment that's age appropriate out there, so they have other items. But like I said, I think a couple of weeks back, it's about time. And thank you, Dr. Merrill, thank you, Mr. Williams, for pushing this through, because every time we've talked about this, something else has come up, and hey, let's expand partnership where it's at, and it's a long time coming. I'm glad to see it.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to echo that, and again, thank you so much for making this happen. What is the cafeteria situation? We did hear from partnership students specifically that they were getting, A.L. Standback's lunches. So what cafeteria is in place over
Watch
there?
this, teamwork.
Okay. Ms. Rafter.
So there are not cafeteria facilities at the Welcome Center, so we will be working to provide hot meals out of another school location where we will still be providing those students an option of choice and providing a hot meal. So it will, be delivered in each day, and also the same for breakfast. Breakfast will have to be a cold option, but hot, we will be able to do lunch, we will be able to do a hot option.
Okay, and is the goal that they will end up with cafeteria facilities over time? Or is it because of the size of the student body that?
So from talking with Sarah Pitts, it's going to be almost, and I'll never say anything is impossible, but to build a cafeteria there with all the changes that's going to happen, it's going to be, to your point, we can build a new school, it's going to be a drastic kind of feat. So I think they're going to continue to work on how we can provide more option and choice.
Gotcha.
But it's going to be a hard thing to put a cafeteria there, because the underground draining is what really needs to happen, and then the school is built on top of that, not certainly in addition to. I learned that through this process with Sarah Pitts.
Yes, ma'am.
I was gonna ask about the cafeteria because Simply Search was not working earlier when I was trying to pull up old presentations about this stuff.
It's fixed
but
now.
I see it's fixed now and I just pulled it up. I was like, it's working during the meeting. Okay, because the suggestion was to take part of the gymnasium and convert it, but to cafeteria and additional learning spaces, like keep part of it for a gym and convert part of it, but it sounds like that's not gonna be physically possible there, which is fine. I am also thrilled about this. We are limited in time, so that is all I will say about that, except I'm thrilled. At the time where this was the plan, there were a couple of ways that the district was thinking about using the partnership space, and I understand we're moving staff there right now, but I just wanted to put these into the universe because I still think the need for both of these is higher than pre-pandemic when we were talking about it before. One was using the current Partnership Academy site as a location for Boomerang. That was one. And Boomerang is offered to students when they have been short-term suspended from school, and they receive academic and sort of social supports to help them reintegrate. That was one idea. The other idea was creating a day treatment center site, which would serve adolescents and children who are not being successful in their regular school setting due to behavioral or emotional difficulties, which would integrate individualized education with therapeutic treatment for youth affected by mental illness and behavioral problems. As I'm reading that aloud, it does sound a little bit, maybe there, it sounds a little bit, so I know we're moving staff there, but there were some good ideas about additional resources.
We just find a hard space. We don't have space here for the sort of central office staff that we do have, and so to the
Everybody
point,
needs desks,
and kind of discussing this with folks at Welcome Center, we telling them you're gonna be sharing spaces, might have been used to your own office, but now we're about to be really close with one another and really enjoy that time. They weren't exactly, the most thrilled, but we're doing this for kids. So just to the point, we're busting at the seams of spaces all across the area.
I just wanted to add on, Sarah, to what you're saying is originally when Boomerang was considered, the only option was Chapel Hill.
Yeah,
And it
and
was
we do
just-
now have a site up here.
Right, we now do
Yeah.
have, we used to have it at the government, but they moved it, but we still have it and we still have access to it, so I think that needs to.
You still use it,
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
Just keep this really simple. Can you just recap the timetable? So partnership moves in January, and then in terms of their wait list expanding, when does that happen?
So talk to Mr. Farrington, who is avidly watching now, they stand. Partnership will expand. They already have kids who are waiting on their waiting list, so we're getting ready to grab those in. And the way they work is now they're taking kids for the upcoming next school year. So he has a chance to expand his numbers immediately. What we're really looking at and focusing on is what happens in that middle school portion, and that's what's gonna take some time there.
So stay with me a second, because
Sure.
that's my next question. But
Okay.
the first question is, so there's wait list, does the wait list go in January?
Yes.
Or do we?
Yep.
Okay, great, and then, okay,
Yep.
great.
Big wait list January, and then that's gonna take some time for the middle school portion.
The time is possibly the fall of
No.
next,
No, there's no way for that. We'll start probably accepting or putting out applications for middle school for the fall, because what you have here is a unique opportunity. You don't only have an alternative school, but you have an alternative choice school. And so in doing research, there's not really one of those nearby to us. Spoke to folks in Guilford County and in Alamance who have effective alternative programs, but they're only alternative. We're offering choice as well. So what we'll end up with is the choice option first, and then students, unfortunately, that need an alternative setting based off of behaviors, then kind of come into that seat rotation. But for the middle school, it takes time to recruit, and families that would say, I would like the smaller classroom settings, I would like the choice.
So you don't see that for the beginning of the next school year?
No, I don't, no.
Okay.
But I see
Ms.
it
Smiley?
quickly, but not next school year, no.
Just one thought as the middle school program gets up and running, because I do not know anything about middle school alternative schools, have questions about students being sort of tracked into alternative programs where the graduation rates are lower, test passage is lower, all of those things potentially at disparate rates, and then not being able to successfully transition into regular high school experience. And that is a wondering for me about like the sort of effectiveness of middle school alternative and like the equity implications of kids being sort of put in that direction. I love partnership. I think what they're doing is brilliant and can see the benefits for middle schoolers, but when this comes to us, I would like to know more about that and what the research says and, you know.
So the plus side to partnership is the choice part. When you come for alternative, then you're there for, let's say, the duration of 45 days, whatever the extent is that the superintendent deems for you to go, and then you are to go back to your home school. So you're not necessarily tracked into the alternative setting. Plus a partnership is the choice. And so also what they're working towards is how do we build a better partnership with Durham Tech? So we may be looking at potentially some early college ideas for our students who are coming in middle school. So we catch them before they get to high school and that graduation rate drops. We can keep you on cohort kind of keep you pushing. That's our dream.
We have 2 minutes.
Yeah, the only other one, just following on Sarah's when we get to that, is how athletics, I mean, today, if you're in partnership, you can go be in sports, so middle school, and then some of the optional things, how are we gonna do clubs and things like that, can they participate with other schools, just adding on to what Sarah's saying.
Sure.
Would like to understand that, just how that would work on a process.
And we have some time to kind of build that. I'm also hoping too that instead of going to other schools for clubs, we can offer them their partnership.
Right.
Thing they wouldn't be able to offer private sports, but middle school option would be the same.
Yeah, I'll be more prescriptive, like robotics. Like,
So a partnership.
yeah, but normally these teams get together and so like Cedar Ridge is with Orange, for example,
Yeah.
is there, anyway.
And
that's
the
kind of-
partnership can be with them as well.
Yeah.
Okay, do we need to, we've already approved. Mr. Miller, do you need to say anything right quick? I'm looking at everything you need, and I think we've approved that money tonight, so we're good. All right, do I have a motion to,
Adjourn.
adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
And a second? Do we have a second?
Second.
Yeah, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned.